Good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's day 2 of Group A in week 10 here at the MODUS Super Series. And Chris Mason, Matt Tegger alongside me to not just preview the action, but talking all things darts over the next 5 minutes or so. Chris, first of all, we'll come to you. Yesterday we saw a superb standard all round.
Yeah, it was really good. Really nice to see some different people or players that we've not seen for a while. See where their game is. Really impressed with Lukas Wenig. I mean, we know he's a player. We've seen him on the Euro Tour stages, and yeah, he was impressive. There's some impressive numbers punched in yesterday, and there was a few players. It was something me and Matt spoke of in depth about their running averages and how when you've got a big sample, they're often bang on the money, and we weren't far away yesterday.
Indeed, and Matt, one of the other debutants who I know that you were really impressed with was Franz Roetzsch. Got off to a fantastic start. 6 points following his first day's action. That's not too bad here at the Super Series, is it?
That's fantastic. He'd have been very happy with that at the start of the day, for sure. It was his doubling, though, that was very impressive. The doubling stats, best of the group so far, really good. If he can keep that going, he could be dangerous. But I think he's just got to look at a bit of day management. We saw him tail off in the middle. We see that a lot with the debutants, and it's about managing that day as well. Normally around lunchtime we see a change in form, and we saw that there, and it'll be interesting to see if we see that dip again today.
We've seen with the likes of Scott Baker and Thibault Tricole yesterday, glimpses and moments. Maybe over the next couple of days, just need to find out on a more consistent basis. Yeah,
well, Thibault had another nightmare. The last time he came to the Super Series when we were down in Southampton, he had a few travel issues, and I think that was the same yesterday. I don't think he arrived till around about 6 a.m. He had a nightmare, I think, on the Eurostar or wherever he travelled. But traditionally, what we have seen from Thibault is he does improve as the week goes on. So, yeah, he may come good today, he may come good tomorrow, but he'll be there or thereabouts. He always seems to be. Gavin Carlin, we were fearing the worst after 2 games because we know he's had a bit of a dip in form and a dip in confidence. But he really did find some form towards the back end, picking up multiple wins.
Most certainly. What does Davy Proosten have to do today? Obviously pointless yesterday. Is it about just getting a win as soon as possible and try and build from that and see if anything can come as a result?
There's a couple of things when you look through the data with Davy Proosten, and we look at his running average. He was actually a lot better than Thibault, who got 6 points on the board yesterday. Thibault's best average was still around about Davy's running average. So we can say he's got just about enough in the blocker there to get some points on the board, but he's going to have to improve on that scoring power. The best he did yesterday in 26 legs was a 15 darter. That's going to need to up if he's going to be competitive.
Well, the Super Series is, of course, where we are today, but there's also been other darting news involving the World Series, where the calendar for 2023 has been announced. And, mates, for the first time ever, we're going to Bahrain. And this is an important thing for the World Series, to open up new territories and new markets, and Bahrain does both. Yeah,
I was actually just before the COVID thing, myself and Paul Nicholson were over there doing some shows in the British clubs. And it was unbelievable, the appetite for darts. We played in this huge venue, and Terry Jenkins was there as well, and it was packed to the rafters. And like I say, their appetite for darts was incredible. Most of them were expats, but they do have a big youth academy type thing over there, and the kids were really involved in it. And then one of the days we went off and did a coaching day with all the kids. So I'm not surprised. There's a lot of expats over there. There's a lot of Brits over there, and the game is sort of capturing the imagination. So I think that's a fabulous move, and what a venue at the it's going to be within the Formula One circuit. So great news for those who like to watch the darts on ITV, of course, free to air. So that's great news, and they also announced Copenhagen as well. I think the following week.
Yes, yeah.
So fingers crossed I get to go out there. It's a beautiful place, Copenhagen, somewhere I've been many times before. But yeah, good news. They're always trying to restructure and improve things, and I think that's why it's been such a huge success over the last couple of decades. They don't sit on their hands and think, oh well, we'll just carry on. They find a way to improve and make a better balance. And it's going to be tough for the players coming straight off the back of the Worlds, especially the ones that go deep in the Worlds. But I don't think anybody should moan about having the opportunity to go to Bahrain and Copenhagen to do something we love.
It's not the worst thing to do in January. Now, in the past, the PC been to the Middle East, obviously World Series events in Dubai. Does Bahrain feel a better fit than perhaps the UAE was before?
It does in relation to what Mace was just saying there about things like youth academies and darts academies and things. We spoke yesterday about the age of the players and the changing of darts. It's no longer an older man's game. This is becoming a younger man's game. We're seeing academies crop up. We're seeing this development and this structure coming through. So if they've got that there already, it's definitely a time to put something on there and support that, see if we can grow that even further.
And a question to both of you to finish off. Where would be the next new territory you'd like to see the World Series played at?
I don't know. There isn't many places they haven't been. I think it's a tough one. I think they look at it in terms of where the numbers are done, whether it be watching online or where they already have a broadcaster in place. I don't think there is that many. I loved the crowd in Belgium at the weekend on the Euro Tour. I thought they were fabulous, and I've spoken to a lot of the players and a lot of the officials, and they said they were an outstanding crowd who absolutely loved it. I'd like to see a little bit more going over there. I know we tried it with the European Championships a few years ago in Hasselt, and it wasn't that good. But of course, in that period, we've had the rise of Dimitri van den Berg, so he's sort of been a game changer over there, as was Kim Huybrechts and Ronnie in the initial stages of the relaunch of the PDC in terms of Euro Tours and European darts over there. So I think they may just spring a surprise and maybe do something different, as they will. World Series stuff. Maybe, I mean, the one in New York was fabulous. Maybe they try somewhere like Canada or somewhere like that. Somewhere totally left field that we don't expect. You never know with the PDC. Like I said, they're always looking into new territories, and especially broadcasters. That's key, is to get the darts on the TV in those places.
Because a lot of people have said possibly going back to Japan, maybe South Africa, possibly even for a World Series. Would that be somewhere or two territories maybe you'd like to see 2024 and perhaps onwards you'd like to see games and tournaments take place?
I have to agree with Mace on Belgium. I spend a lot of time in Belgium. And I could be working in Belgium every week of the year doing tours, exhibitions.
But you'd rather be here with me.
It's great down here, yeah. But Belgium is a massively developing territory. And I think that's the next phase when we look at that Euro Tour. The Euro Tour was an introduction to that. We can expand that with the World Series. And then maybe I'd like to see moving to France a little bit as well. We spoke about Thibault Tricole and Jacob Labrie, how we'd like to see those in the World Cup, and how France is sort of moving towards the steel tip game a little bit more now. And maybe the PDC going into that territory is going to really accelerate that process.
And finally, I believe you got a Twitter conversation on comms today.
We have. So this one is the hardest tournament to win in darts. I'm debating between the World Championship, the UK Open, and the Old News of the World, but all completely different formats and lots of different reasons for why they are hard. So tricky one to try and dissect.
Get in contact with us throughout the day. It's at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. Don't forget to subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel as well. Not just all the live action, we're also bringing you the best highlights, interviews from people like Mace, Matt and all the rest of the team here. But please do join us on 9:30 AM. It's day 2 of week 10, Group A. We'll see you for the action shortly. Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. It is day 2 of week 10 and it is moving day here in Group A. Before we look ahead to all the action, let's look back at the best of yesterday's highlights.
Well, you found a lovely little stat.
Game
That's
shot
a nice little
second leg.
stat for Davy.
Treble here to get a poke at the double. You get 2 darts at it.
Yeah, he can stay there. 89, 57 leaves 32, gets it. Nip one, pearl one.
3.
This would be a good way to start it off with a 1-3-3. 19s. For the 8s.
Game shot in the first
An incredible finish to kick
Franz
off the
Roetzsch.
game.
There's
133.
the shot for double 12. Ooh, next door.
62. Scott, you
Well,
require
can
102.
Baker give us our first hole to throw because it's been 3 breaks so far.
You'll get a dart at tops.
Go.
Hoping Franz misses doubles has not been a profitable strategy all day. He's going to get a dart. He picks tops. I'll win that as well.
100. Lucas, you require 140.
Just enough to fill it up with some Coke.
Double 10 for 2 zip.
Game shot in
Wow.
the second leg.
Double, the man from Derry. Will he get the double? There's one of them.
Could be you, and I'd rather throw a dart less, you know. It's hard enough as it is without giving away a dart.
Yeah, and you'd rather all your darts.
Got you require
Nothing
161.
funny about this so far from Skywalker. Ball.
Game shot in
Oh,
the
you
second
beauty. Our highest
Scott
finish
Baker.
of the day. It's a 12-darter, and it's an instant break back for Baker.
So then those were the highlights from yesterday's session. Tuesday is always moving day here at the Super Series, and Chris Mason has moved his way upstairs to join me. First of all, Mason, what were your thoughts and reflections on Monday here at the MODUS Super Series?
Yeah, really enjoyable session. Good to see a couple of new faces, and definitely new faces, I should imagine, to our viewers. Some great finishing, 10 ton plus outs, including that 161 from Scott Baker. A little bit disappointed with Dave. He was a little bit unlucky. Didn't play as bad as the results suggest. 5 of the players averaging well over 90, 3 of them close to 100. A running average of over 88 for the day. It was a good standard and very entertaining.
We asked a question yesterday, didn't we, how the debutants were going to slot into proceedings. Well, they answered that emphatically, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they've got so much experience from playing on that. That's the advantage of not only playing here, but also playing on that Euro Tour, because the players are used to playing under the lights, in front of the cameras. Nothing's going to faze them. And yeah, the 2 debutants were really impressive. I expected as much, to be honest, but maybe not as much.
Let's have a look then at the results from yesterday's session in Group A. It started off with that victory, of course, for Scott Baker against Davy Proosten. It was then rounded off by a victory for Gavin Carlin against Davy Proosten. How much work has he got to do today, Davy, to get himself back in the group?
Yeah, he's up against it. I mean, the way Scott Baker started, I thought he was going to run through this group and go 5 out of 5. But for Gavin, it all started to come back against Baker, didn't it? He was 3-0 down, took that lovely ton finish with the tops, then at 127 on the ball. And then it all started to sort of go a little bit wrong for Baker, because next up he got pumped 4-0 by Franz. Proosten, I think he was quite upbeat when I spoke to him yesterday. You know, because I went to you never want to see a player like that have a day like that, and I know Davy quite well. And he was upbeat. He said, look, the shackles are off. My confidence is not dented. I'm going to treat it as a free roll for the next 2 days. If I can squeak a place in Group B and finish 3rd in the table, he said he'd be very happy. If not, he's looking forward to coming back Thursday and Friday morning. But we were discussing that. What an horrendous group that could be.
Absolutely, and the thing with the Super Series is it is a long haul, so you can't get despondent right from the get-go.
Yeah, me and Matt were talking about that in comms yesterday. You know, it's one of those rare things where you do get 2 bites of the cherry. So if you're in for the week and you have a bad Monday like he did yesterday, or you know you finish sort of 5th or 6th in the group, it's not over. You come back and you start afresh on Thursday and Friday. So you've got to try and it's tough for players because these are exhausting weeks, but you've just got to remain, you know, remain positive that you can turn things around.
Well, let's take a quick check then of the league table following the opening day's action as Lukas Wenig, who's out on top on 8 points, and he was absolutely superb yesterday.
Yeah, he was. He was rock solid, averaged over 92 for the day. And that's solid in anybody's terms, especially on debut. Very impressed with Franz. Not seen a lot of him, read a lot about him. And incredibly, Gavin Carlin, who looked in desperate trouble after losing his opening 2 games, sort of the opposite of Scott Baker, who won his opening 2, battled back well, and that's positive signs for Gavin because he's had a tough time of it. Thibault Tricole, the lowest average of all the 6 players, and just around 82, somehow managed to pick up 6 points, 3 wins. Baker, he's going to be a dangerous man today, and I expect Davy Proosten. He's played okay. He hit plenty of 180s, only the 1 ton plus finish, but you know he had an average of 96 himself, and he didn't deserve to go through the course of the day without picking up a match. So I expect him to win a couple of games today, but it's a tough opening for Thibault Tricole. He takes on both Wenig and Franz in his opening 2 games. But as we've seen before from him, once he's had a decent night's sleep, he does tend to improve. So it's going to be tough. He may look, I fancy him to lose his opening 2 matches today, but I wouldn't be surprised if he then won the next 3.
Obviously, Tuesday is moving day.
Yep.
Who do you expect to make the moves? Is it perhaps from that cluster on 6 points?
Yeah, Baker. I think when we look at the table at the end of today's play, Baker will be right in the mix, and most definitely. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the top 2nd or 3rd. I think one of either Lukas or Franz may run away with it a bit today, but as you said, it is moving day.
Well, our first game of the day is Gavin Carlin against Davy Proosten. Very quickly, some thoughts and reflections?
Yeah, Davy's just got to get out of the blocks and just try and enjoy the next couple of days, and whatever will be, will be. There's no pressure. He's down at the foot of the table. Just open your shoulders, enjoy it, and the pressure's on Gavin in this one.
Got your steps ready?
Yeah, always.
Well, let's head on to the stage then. It is game 1 of day 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. Chris Mason's going to hot-foot his way down to the commentary box where he's joined by Matt Egger. Morning, Matt.
Morning, Henry, and morning to everyone joining us this morning. First game of the day, Gavin Carlin versus Davy Proosten. We've just heard about the issues Davy faced yesterday, but nicknamed the Joker, could become the Joker in the pack of cards here in this one. We'll be looking to spoil things for people. Certainly has the ability to do so. Was just fractionally under his seasonal average yesterday, running about the 84. Overall season average of stats for him around about the 85. That is here and on the Challenge Tour.
No, so it's like it's Gavin to throw first.
Playing some decent
Game
stuff.
on.
Gavin Carlin really grew into the day yesterday. He started it a little bit slow. Back-to-back defeats in the opening, but then really came strong at the back of the day, winning his last 3 games. If you can keep that sort of form going,
50.
did hit a 98 average in the middle part of the day. We'll start to race up that table. He's sat on 6 points at the moment. Legs are not in his favour, though. We'll need to get a few
99.
legs. Lukas Wenig on that plus 11. He's going to need to pick up a big victory somewhere. We'll be hoping to get that in this
100.
opening game here. He does have the advantage of throw as well against Davy, who's yet to register a win this week.
Yeah, minus
77
14 for Davy in the legs. Plus 11 for Lukas. That's a 23 leg swing.
140.
You mentioned the 180s as well. Gavin Carlin, most likely on yesterday's
60.
stats to hit 180s in this one. 9 180s across his games yesterday. That's a very nice return.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of
96.
consistency at times, but considering the start he made, I'm sure he will be very pleased when he
95.
put his head on
Gavin,
that
you
pillow
require
last night.
115.
Where the other man would have been the opposite. But he was quite philosophical about the whole thing when I spoke to him. He's left himself
59.
170. Well, this
Davy
would be a way to
require
get your confidence back. That.
170.
Straight down the line. These 2 treble 20s for a dart at the ball. Won't be getting that in this one, so we'll be giving Gavin the opportunity to hold his throw in the opening leg.
96.
56 required.
Gavin, you require 56.
Now, have you picked up on whether he's using the same darts as yesterday? Because he had a little bit of a equipment problem, didn't he?
Yeah, he received a bounce out this morning that bent one of
40.
his points.
Davy requires
He
70.
didn't have an identical set with him. Tops.
54. Gavin, you
That was
require
a real
16.
opportunity for Davy to pick up an early break of throw, and that would have hurt Gavin, who's controlled this leg. He's got 1 dart left.
8.
Ooh, here we go then.
Davy require 20.
2 tens for a break of throw. What a difference a day makes. Or maybe not.
10. Gavin, you require 8.
Always get this at the start of the day, early in the morning. Chasing it round.
Game shot
Gets it on the
first
twos,
leg.
gets the job done in
Gavin
the end.
Carlin.
We'll be happy enough with a leg. That's the most important thing there. And just going back to those points, the ironic thing here is Davy Proosten is...
Second leg is
He
Davy
actually
to
owns a
throw
dart
first.
shop.
Yeah, he was
Game
asking
on.
around, anybody got a dartry point? I was like, yeah, at home. 130 miles away, there's one.
140.
Yeah, well, we were just discussing it, and I was saying, well, I've always got a spare set with the exact same stem in, it's pretty much the
60.
exact same dart. So if there's ever an issue where because we do get broken points from time to time, or complete equipment malfunction.
140.
Yeah, if you look at the hockey and you look around the outside, there's quite a bit of metal.
Yeah,
When the points meeting that metal, sometimes the point doesn't win.
135.
yeah, I know with Ronnie Baxter years ago. We were up at the Scottish Open. He had a bounce out, and we were practicing an area where there was a mat down, but it was one of those
105.
type of bounce outs that went way away and landed on a solid floor, and the dart just exploded.
54.
We saw
Davy
Stephen
require
Burton on the
116.
opening night here at Portsmouth when he dropped his down the smoke machine.
We did find it, and we did return it.
Game
That
shot
will make
the
him
second
feel a
leg.
whole lot better.
Davy
That's a
Proosten.
12 dart hold of throw, taking out the 116. Could be, or
Third leg,
should
it's
be,
Gavin to throw first.
2-0 up.
Game on.
As it is, it's 1 apiece.
That is Davy's best leg of the week so far as well. 15 dart was the best that he could do so far.
81.
You need to find one of those sort of 12 dart legs though against the throw. And actually, when I was casting my mind and my eye over some of the stats and
97.
data, I actually noticed that Davy against the throw has the lowest success rate, which you'd expect so with the defeats that he's had, of any player here so far. He has won 20 of his 71 legs, so just a 28% return, which is very much down on the sort of mid-30s that we normally get judging against other people.
96.
Or, if we look at Lukas Wenig, who we're going to see later, 12 legs against the throw, he won 10.
That's why he's top. And that's why there's that big
83.
leg difference, isn't there? Where he is on plus 11. Very effective against throw. And that can be a bit of a mindset. We
96.
discussed it yesterday when we were mentioning James Wade, and he's not particularly effective against the throw.
99.
It must be a mindset, man.
Yeah, well, definitely aggressive and attacks the throw, doesn't he? And he's doing it successfully and well. And I wonder
100.
if the
Gavin, you
players
require
are aware of
103.
that stat. I wonder if it's been noted.
Unlikely.
Game shot in the third leg. Gavin
116. He's backed up with another ton plus out. A 103
Davy to
for a
throw
15.
first. Game on.
It's turning into a good game after the first leg. I feared the worst, but I
100.
mentioned with Henry upstairs the overall average for the day. The running average is 88.12, which is
26.
really, really tidy stuff.
Just ironic, isn't it? Neither of them could hit the double in the opening leg, and they both take out 100 plus finishes in the next two.
121.
Welcome to darts.
Yeah, answers on a postcard. Talking of answers, how's your Twitter question of the day?
180.
First max of the match.
100.
going along very nicely here. To 180. And of course, the question of the day
140.
was, which is the toughest tournament to win? The Worlds, the UK Open,
80.
or the Old News of the World?
Gavin, you're 155.
We'll give you the option of the other as well if you'd like to share your opinion on what you think that might be. But those three seem to be the biggest ones at the moment. The World Championship with 53% of your votes at the moment. News of the World, if you're not familiar with that, is a best of three.
100.
All the
Davy
way
require
through. And
100.
obviously the UK Open, they're the three I think would be the hardest ones to win.
20. Gavin,
Well,
you
I don't
require
like that.
55.
I don't like that play where once you've missed the first tops, at least try and get a treble 20 or go treble 16. Just a wasted dart. And is that friend or foe?
15.
Oh, that's incredible how that's not gone in.
Davy, you require 80.
Should get a dart here to hold his own throw.
Well, he should have two. If he'd have hit a single 20, of course, he'd have left 60.
60. Gavin, you require 40.
Did that yesterday as well in the last game.
Yep.
Overly aggressive and could get punished if this double five goes in. This would be a breaker throw. We've seen this from Gavin yesterday. And normally when he stepped back, we got the result.
35.
Wow. That was
Davy, you
right
require
on it.
20.
Bottom wire and aggressively thrown dart. His turn.
15. Gavin, you require 5.
Well, one for double two, and some of the players go 3 double one. Which again is another unusual play, but it's what you feel comfortable doing and confident.
3. Davy, you require
Hardest bit about
5.
this is hitting the one.
This is like a finishing sandwich, isn't it? Got mistakes on either side with the meat of those tumblers finishers in the middle.
3.
Neither of them can finish off this slice of bread.
Gavin, you require 2.
One of them needs to dip their bed in the gravy. Both on double one. It's like me and my pals
Game
on
shot on the 4th leg.
Red Lion on a
Gavin Carlin.
Tuesday night. That was a stinker, a 22 dart leg, but it is a breaker throw.
5th leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
Gavin now
Game on.
has the darts to wrap this one up.
So going back to that Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this? So obviously we've got
99.
things like the UK Open, we've got so many games in such a short format and a lack of preparation. We've got the News of the World, which is the shortest format ever existed, best of 3 and 8 foot.
100.
World Championship where you have to be the best for 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, let's start with the oldest one, the News of the World,
80.
which sadly no longer exists, but that started very early on.
85.
In my head, I think it was, well, it was pre-war that there was News of the World Championships, and that was regionalised post-war
96.
as well before it became a national tournament. Of course, that was played over best of 3, was played on an
43.
old style board originally, and was played over 8 foot, which completely changes the dynamics depending on where you play your
58.
darts in the UK, because of course Nottingham was 7'6", wasn't it, Matt?
I think certain areas of Yorkshire
83.
very similar as well.
Yep.
And obviously that horrific Yorkshire board as well.
So yeah, that was, and again the format. Bobby George we mentioned a few times yesterday,
100.
of course. Well, I remember him playing in the finals one year and didn't drop a leg and didn't have a leg
44.
over 15
Gavin,
darts.
you
And
require 68.
because of those type of boards it was played on, you know, you get a bounce out, you get a bit of bad luck on one of those, it can cost you the match being a best
64.
of 3 format. So
Davy require
I think the News of the World,
46.
because of that and the way you qualified for it, you had to win your local pub and then your area and then your regional before you even got anywhere near the national finals. So I think the News of the World is right up there.
106. Gavin, you record 4.
We'll worry about the other two in a moment.
Game shot on the
As
match.
Gavin Carlin
Gavin
wraps
Carlin.
things up with the throw and gets the win 4-1. So many missed darts at doubles to worry about. Averages 15 in total for Gavin. When we come back, it is Franz against Scott.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gavin Carlin has secured victory in our first game of the day, beating Davy Proosten by 4 legs to 1. Let's have a look at the stats from our opening fixture of the day. It was a 75.94 average that won it in the end for Carlin, but it was 15 missed doubles, which accounted for that average in the end. We saw 2 ton plus finishes, the 103 and the 116, but missed doubles from the pair. 25 in total in that match. So let's see what that does to the league table following our opening game of the second day here at the Super Series. Carlin joins Wenig on 8 points, Roetzsch, Tricole on 6, Baker and now Proosten after 6 games is yet to get off the mark. Well, game 2 of our day sees Franz Roetzsch take on Scott Baker. Franz, a debutant in the competition yesterday, and it looked as if he settled into proceedings on the stage quite well. Let's have a look at some of his highlights from yesterday's action, because, as I say, he kicked things off quite impressively against Scott Baker, who he must have wondered why everyone was playing well against him. This was against Scott in a 4-0 victory yesterday. The double 10 there, the double that got him over the line in that particular success. Whilst for Scott Baker, it really was a case of everyone played well against him. He seemed just to provide the best of everyone. For him, the highlight was this 86 to seal a 4-1 victory against the Frenchman Thibault Tricole. He'll be hoping to make a move here on Tuesday as we move down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason and Matt Edgar.
the start of the show, Chris Mason flagged up Scott Baker as someone who could be making a move today. He'll certainly be hoping to get a few points on the board nice and early when this one against Franz, the Destroyer. Kicked things off very well yesterday. Really did open the proceedings well, getting that win over Lukas Wenig. That was the only defeat Lukas Wenig had that day, a 4-1 victory for Franz. 94 average from Lukas Wenig was not enough to resist. From Franz taking the points, he had a 99 of his own in the next game, winning 4-1. Held off a little bit in the middle of the day, but came strong at the end, beating Scott Baker by 4 legs to 0. And that's why Scott Baker's leg difference is in the negatives at the moment. So he's going to need to get a couple of points on the board, but also today, we're going to be talking about legs quite a lot, because leg difference, you're going to have to go some to catch Lukas Wenig.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
36.
Henry there mentioning about the players' performances against Scott Baker across the day. Well,
140.
people played better against Scott than anybody else. His opponent's average across the day yesterday was 91.39.
60.
He did well to pick up the 2 wins when you factor that in.
And is that down to the pace of Scott Baker?
Yeah,
he's a nice player to play. He throws quick, moves quick.
Yeah, you're absolutely bang on the money. It's he's an ideal opponent, irrelevant of what pace you play at, as long as you don't get sort of carried along with it and you're a medium pace player. You can end up throwing a little bit too quick. But yeah, he's
60.
He's in and out the way, and it's almost like you're practicing on your own. He's that quick.
Exactly that. That's my initial thought when I thought watching him. It's like there is no opponent.
99.
No.
He's got your record 161.
When I'm practicing on, he did this yesterday, of course. When I'm practicing on mine, I do that
78.
sort of long, wide loop, sort of almost replicating that there is someone in front of me. Well, I wouldn't even know he was there. Did play a lot of darts with Scott Baker when I lived in the West Mids.
Scott, you require 83.
Played on the same side and against each other many times. He's a much improved player.
Game shot on the first
with
leg.
darts like that.
Scott
That's why,
Baker.
and that's the perfect start for Baker. A 15-dart break of throw. Taking out the 83.
So Scott to throw first.
Need to go
Game on.
16 ball, of course, so opted for the treble 10 double 18.
100.
I'd be interested to watch Franz today, because we still don't know enough about him yet to have a full read.
Yeah, did he just have a really good day yesterday?
91.
Well, the stats would suggest he overperformed on what we saw from him yesterday and what we've seen from him in other events around the world.
100.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how his numbers end up after today's play and see if he can replicate and if that's sort of where he is at the moment, because
70.
players can make sort of big improvements over short periods of time, and it's like we've discussed about venues we liked
80.
and tournaments we liked, and you know there's many players out there that, you know, Gary Anderson is sort of never really enjoyed the Grand Prix. Vincent van der Voort's never liked the
55.
match play. What was your favourite tournament or venue?
Oh,
100.
I do like the UK Open.
Mm.
I like the...
Did you prefer the Bolton or do you like Minehead?
Originally, I much preferred Bolton. And then as it went, Minehead really started to grow on me.
100.
Especially that
121.
board 3 to 8 room on the opening day.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't like,
multi-board room's fabulous.
I didn't like it so much up
87.
there, like on the Saturday, because it's deadly silent. It is silent up there. But I like it when it's the atmosphere and it's all buzzing up there.
Yeah, well, you've got so many players playing,
60.
and
Scott, you require
the players'
34.
practice area is just to the left of the multi-boards, and it's got all the
Game
friends
shot on
and
the
family.
second
This is
leg.
impressive from
Scott
Baker. He
Baker.
backs up the 15 break and a 17-dart hold. Yeah, you get so many people in there, and it's just got that, you know, it's not
against
Bolton was
France to
different
throw
because it was all
first.
played in one room, wasn't it? And it was so hot, and it was just not big enough. But the closest we get to it is, as you say, on that Friday with the multi-board room. And
98.
I love board 2 in Reds because it reminds me so much of the Tavern.
Say about the venue not being big
59.
enough. I mean, when we played there, I didn't really notice it too much because it is the UK Open. It's what you expect. And it's when we went back there during COVID and we had those Pro Tours there, and you walk in that room, and you're like, how on earth did we have a major event in here with one board, never mind 8?
Oh, the heat was just... Because you had the main stage, to the right of main stage, you had stage 2, which at the time was great because you felt like you were on the main stage. And then when the main stage finished, if it finished early, they used to come to stage 2, which was fabulous. But all I remember is just dealing with the heat and dealing with the noise, because you would have pockets of fans who, real local heroes, where they'd bring, maybe 30 or 40 from their local pub down. It was great, but it was just a shame that, well, no, it was a positive thing that it outgrew the venue in Bolton.
120.
Time of year.
The
as
rooms
well.
are slightly nicer there.
Be a good way to get his day back on
80.
track. Doubles was his strong point yesterday, so we would expect him to take that one.
Yeah, his doubling percentage high of all
140.
players,
Record 40.
47.6%. That is really good.
Game shot on the third leg.
And I would say
Franz Roetzsch.
anything around 33%, I think, is decent. It's, you're going to the board with 3 in hand and you want a double.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
As long as you hit the double in that turn, that's really all that matters.
Yeah, going back to the UK Open, you say about the heat. It was used to be in the summer, didn't it? Just before the World Match Play, yeah.
Yep. End of June, early July, wasn't it?
And these are the factors that makes that question we put on Twitter so interesting, because it's not just a case of, I saw a comment on here, someone suggesting that we should have included the World Match Play, which, yes, we've got the best 16 and the most informed players at the time, but it's those additional factors that we're talking about.
But the match play, you only got to get ready for one game, and that's, if you've qualified for it, then you should be a decent enough player to deal with that element of one match a day. Yeah, you've got the heat factor. But yeah, I don't know. I found the match play a really enjoyable. It's the ones that not necessarily in a negative way not enjoy it, but because it's like the Dutch Open. It's the hardest tournament I've ever played in, because you've got to play so many matches over the course of 3 days, and it's chaotic, and it's physically and mentally draining. Very much like the UK Open, which is why, you thought of that one as one of the top 3, and for that reason, and the unknown, the Open draw. You don't know who you're playing, you don't know when you're playing, and you brought up a great point when you were playing in it yourself. It sort of overrun. The draw was done at 5:45, and you were on first at 7 o'clock. You got an hour to get ready.
55.
At the time, I was already in the hotel at that point, so it's have a run down to the venue and get half hour's practice in. This will be a holder throw for Scott Baker if he takes this double 10.
Well, he got that all-important break in the opening leg with that 83 out and a 15 darter. Don't expect him to miss this one.
No score.
Well, his stats didn't suggest he would miss that one. Because prior to that, he was bang on 50%, and he had 3 darts in hand. Treble 17 for tops. Not a way I'd go, but I like this way.
90.
I'm just not a big fan of the adjustment.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
No adjustment needed there for Scott Baker. Straight in the 10s. Takes that 2-leg cushion, goes 3-1 up. And we said about Franz yesterday, it was an improved level of performance from him. We haven't yet seen how he reacts to problems.
Yeah, when the darts are not landing in the desired targets, is 32. How he mentally deals with it. And we can always see a huff and a puff and a shrug of the shoulders. Well, yesterday he was, well, fairly stoic, wasn't he? He remained pretty poker-faced all day, but as the majority of the day, everything was going his way.
83.
I've said quite a lot about darts is becoming a younger man's game, but one of the things I'm seeing from the younger generation at the moment is this,
55.
I don't want to say petulance, but this sort of expectancy that everything's going to go right all the time, and when it doesn't, it's arms in the air, shoulders out, and
Yep.
30.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's an element of the sport where coaching could be invaluable. I mean, I thought I
60.
was brilliant. You know, I thought I was going to be the best player in the world and world champion. And you know, when I thought that when I had good days, every day was going to be like that. But the margin of error in this sport is minuscule. You know, you can see it. You see it with golf, don't you? They've only got to be a tiny little bit off.
well, that first dart's a very good example. Look how,
40.
and that's 40 points. They are two very well thrown darts right on the target, 40 points.
Yep. And that's why this is so tough. And then
140.
it's all well and good when we see those massive averages, but the reality of this sport is, you know, everybody is capable of having. But listen, when you see the elite of the game averaging in the mid-80s over a decent distance, it just shows you how tough it is.
140.
No problem for Baker, down to 46 after 15, and
136. Got your required.
he's going to replicate
46.
that of what Gavin Carlin produced if he can hit tops.
Game shot and the
And
match.
that is the match. Scott
Scott
Baker takes the 2
Baker.
points, a 4-1 lead, 4-1 win even. Good points on the board, good legs on the board. Chris Mason did say, watch out for Scott Baker today. He could be moving and he's on his way, and he avenges that 4-0 defeat of yesterday when he lost to Franz with a 4-1 victory today.
There we go. We'll try again. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was victory for Scott Baker against Franz Roetzsch by 4 legs to 1. The mod, who had a very, very good day on Monday, despite maybe not always getting the results, with an 84.5 average. No maximums in the match. 4 from 10 on the checkouts. A high out of 83. So 2 points for Scott Baker to start his day. Let's have a look then at what it does to the league standings, and it does just this. Baker joins that little group on 6 points, with Wenig and Carlin at the top on 8. Davy Proosten still waiting to get his first win of the day. Thibault Tricole is in action in our third game of the day. He can join the 2 at the top on 8 points if he gets a better of Lukas Wenig. Let's head straight to the commentary box then, and to Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry, and I will put my mic on, much to the disgust of many, I'm sure, but there you go. Schoolboy error. I'll only make sure that your £10 daily wages is deducted this week for that one. But it is a fascinating tie. Up next, he was the, well, statistically, the best player of the day. And when it works out like that, I quite like it, Matt, when the stats back up the results. And this was the case for the German Lukas Wenig yesterday. Won 4 out of 5 matches, averaged 94.05 for the day, at a high of 98.24, 8 180s, which is the second best of the day, and 41.46% on the doubles. That's a all-round proper performance.
Okay, first leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
Gave him a tonking, really,
Game
didn't
on.
he? And when we look at that, I said it earlier in that previous game, the breaks of throw. 12 legs he was up against the throw, and he won 10 of them.
Yeah, that's
100.
impressive. Here's the... Well, before the off, they went even
60.
money. Tricole, Lukas Wenig, 8 to 11. And we both looked at that and thought, But I remember
81.
we also said that in previous visits to the Super Series, Thibault Tricole tended to start off
78.
sedately, steadily improve, but he'd have to improve a huge amount to make this one
90.
competitive. The only defeat yesterday for Lukas, of course, was against Franz, wasn't it? And he averaged 94.32 in defeat.
58.
The interesting thing about that defeat, though, as well as the time it came in this slot.
Yep.
Match 1, the early morning slot. And then he sort of grew into the day.
180.
Thibault is up and running.
Quite interesting, because when I was looking through the stats this morning,
124.
I've actually
Thibault
wrote
required
down that
50.
Tricole is the least likely player to hit a 180 in this group, and he hits one in the opening leg
Game
and
shot
goes out
the
in
first
14
leg.
darts.
Yeah.
Thibault Tricole.
Well, I said it for a reason, that on all of his previous visits, he's had a
Second leg
fairly
is
poor
Lukas to
day
throw
one,
first.
but has then found his feet. But the fact that this man averaged
100.
94 in match number 2 yesterday makes me think
44.
that he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind the early start.
What about Tricole, the least likely to hit
100.
180s? It's around about a 180 every 10 legs.
60.
That's poor. I think I'm better than that.
Well, what that means is
Well, at home in my living room, but I am living room world champion, of course.
60.
I'm a 17-time living room world champion. Beat Phil Taylor's record.
95.
That was unbelievable in my living room. My goodness. And I think that's where you
100.
touched on a point about the petulance of players. And that's why I said I was very much like it, because I I played like a
83.
world champion in the privacy of my own home. This would be a way to pick up your first leg of the session. Oh, that was a dart at the ball.
45.
Poor. Well, we thought Franz looked a different player in the last match. Well, Lukas definitely looks a different player from yesterday.
25.
Enough time on his
required
side
96.
here, though. Tricole can't do anything on 194, so Lukas will have 6 starts to see off this 96. Oh, he's gone for the double-double.
Wow, that's
Game shot on the
super
second
aggressive,
leg.
but super
Lukas Wenig.
effective. He did have 76 left after the first dart and opted for tops, double 18.
Well,
Maybe he
it's
felt like he
Thibault to
needed
throw
something just to
first.
give him a bit of a boost.
100.
Spectacular checkout.
Remember going back to what we said a second ago about being the best in your living room.
95.
When I was growing up, I liked to have a bit of mouth about me, especially locally. And I remember Kevin Painter once chucked a line on me saying,
95.
"You think you're the best player in the world, you're not even the best player in the room."
He might have nicked that one from Eric.
59.
You can always rely on a player like that to put you in your place.
Yeah, exactly. Bring you down a peg or two.
136.
He said he gets better as the week goes on. This is a much bigger improvement so far. He did only average 84 as his
100.
best
Thibault, you're
yesterday, which,
170.
when you think about that, was his best average of the day. You think it's a bit hard on Davy at the bottom of the table without a win when his running average is at that
60.
84.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a game that makes no sense. I think that's half the fascination.
55. Thibault, you require
Lukas.
110.
He's averaging at the moment 13 points below his running average for the day yesterday. Make that 14 points after that last visit.
86.
24 after 15.
Sort of uncontested hole to throw, really, at the
140.
moment, aren't they?
Thibault, you require 24.
Although, if he doesn't find double 3...
18.
Ooh, now then.
Lukas, you require 52.
That was a great visit. Just to plant a seed of doubt. Can he find double 16?
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, he has
Lukas
picked his
Wenig.
pocket there with a 17 dart breaker throw, and that was all on the back of that 140 mat.
Full fling,
Timing,
it's
isn't it?
Yeah,
Lukas
it
to
was
throw
just enough to
first.
make you think, oh, I can't
Game
afford to
on.
miss it. And of course, as soon as you put that thought in your mind, what happens? You miss.
Thinking is not the dart player's friend.
No, I always say it's
44.
a sport. If you could unscrew the top of your head and just for that 20 minutes or hour, that wherever long your match is, just take your
45.
brain out and leave it in the practice room. The sport where you've got to be 100% committed and focused, but not try. As soon as you try,
100.
it's a uphill task.
And then obviously we've got different formats now, shorter formats like this one where we're best of 7. You've got
100.
development tours, challenge tours where it's first to 5, pro tours first to 6. We've got set play, we've got double start, we've got all these different formats that obviously give us different outcomes and different routes, which is why that
45.
conversation today of the hardest one to go for. And it's actually quite interesting because there's a Twitter poll going, and there's
What's
also
the Twitter handle, mate?
it's
60.
my personal one at the minute. It's at the Edgar 501. You can find it on there if you want to go register your vote or give us an opinion on what you think is the hardest event to win.
If
It's
you come up with
actually-
anything sensible and
98.
something that is worth mentioning, we will give you a shout out.
the comments actually seem to be leading towards the news of the world. It's like people want to explain why that event is so
140.
hard. The poll actually is just short of 25%, but the comments are all for the news of the world. The World Championship, though, 53%, and that's purely extrinsic value. surely.
138.
that's
Thibault,
down
you
to the value.
156.
The value of the tournament, but I suppose it's hard for
60. Lucas, you require 76.
It's hard for the players that have never played in either to try and make them
Game shown the
understand why we
fourth
think
leg.
one is tougher
Lukas
than
Wenig.
the other, and that's back-to-back 17 dart legs, 3 on the spin, and 3 out of 3 on the doubles, Matt.
Fifth leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
He was power scoring yesterday, but he's power finishing today.
Yeah, back to the Worlds. Yeah, it's not the toughest to play in. I know you're going to go, how come you never won it?
60.
As a player, it's a fabulous tournament to play in. You know when you're playing, you know who you're playing. You've only got to play one game a day.
121.
It's not a tough tournament to play in. Yes, it's tough to win. Is it the hardest to win? I'm not sure. If you look over the years, the amount of
100.
players that have come from obscurity to lift the title, I'm not so sure.
Got time to enjoy your wins there as well.
Yes.
One of the worst things is when you have
100.
that really big high and you've had that big win on a big stage, and you get all the messages and everyone's loving the moment, enjoying that
57.
moment, but you can't enjoy the moment because you've got to get ready to play the next morning. With the World Championship, you've got a couple of days in between your matches at start just to enjoy your successes.
Yeah, there's only one year that
100.
really springs to mind of playing in the PDC Worlds. I just beaten
60.
Colin Lloyd. I played fabulously, and it was late on a night session, and by the time I finished my media, it was around 1 a.m. And of course, by the time I
85.
got to bed, it was a bit later than that. And I was on first the next day against John Part, and I was absolutely fried. And John, of course, had just had 5 days off.
57. Lucas, you require
So
95.
there is that element to it, but you'd have to be a bit unlucky for it to drop like that for you.
Lucas will be hoping to have a couple of days off here. And by doing that, he will be
90.
winning Group A. If
Team
he
Europe
wins Group A, he'll be getting
167.
Thursday and Friday off, coming back for Saturday's finals. And he's sat on the top of the table at the moment. And if he takes out this 5,
40.
it'll be another
Lucas, you
plus 3 on the
require
legs
5.
column, and that legs will almost look uncatchable.
Oh, you go to plus. What do you go to? Plus 14 if he hits this double 2.
3.
Thibault
you require
still got plenty to
127.
do. Back on 127. He can't finish now.
77. Lucas, you require 2.
Ooh, great guide. Doesn't use it. Over pitches.
No score. Thibault, you require
So in
50.
that first match, missed doubles, then a couple of tumblers finishes. In this one, 3 for 3,
18.
then misses 6 darts to get this thing
Lucas, you
wrapped up.
require 2.
We'll get more. A good lie. Again, doesn't use it.
No score.
That is 9 missed darts for the
Thibault,
match.
you require 32.
Thibault just comes to the
Game
board
shown the
almost
5th leg.
surprised.
Thibault Tricole.
Takes the 32 in the first dart and extends the game. We're carrying on.
Yeah, it's
Sixth
he's
leg is
smiling.
Lucas to
Doesn't
throw
look-
first. Game on.
too bothered, and he won't as long as he holds throw. Yeah, we will be getting more involved in terms of
140.
getting your input. So make sure you follow us across our social medias at MSS Darts. That's Facebook, Instagram, and
100.
Twitter. Going forward, we will be putting your opinions, comments, thoughts. Myself and Matt will be
140.
responding to them in the heat of battle. But that's going forward at the moment.
97.
Make sure you give Matt a follow and let us know what you think.
Lone Wolf 180's made a point here that might be interesting, which we'll pick up on the next game.
100.
And he said that maybe the World Grand Prix should be in consideration. Taylor didn't win it as much as he did the other majors, so food for thought that we'll pick up on in the next game, which will be Scott Baker and Gavin Carlin.
50
'Cause
scored, yeah.
Lukas Wenig is sprinting towards the finishing line here.
Trouble 13. 18 for tops.
81. $121. Lucas, you require
He was
40.
ruthless on this yesterday. Continues to miss chances
30.
to wrap up this game.
Thibault, you require
Thibault
83.
comes back to level us up, and this would be a breaker throw.
And he was 3 from 3, and he's now 3 from 15. He missed 12 darts to
Game
win the
shot,
match,
sick
and
flag.
Thibault Tricole
Thibault
has
Tricole.
picked his pocket again. We've got a level game.
Game 12 yesterday. Scott Baker, Gavin Carlin.
7th and
Scott
final against
Baker missed
Thibault
4
to reverse.
match darts to wrap
Game
it up.
on.
Gavin came back and won 4-3. He did things like that. He took out a 1-2-7. He took out a finish on the bull. Keep someone alive. They
100.
can come back and punish you. Thibault now has the throw. We was starting to think that Lukas was just going to run away with this group. The
100.
leg difference is massive in his favour, and if he can put some points on the board as well, no one would have caught him, but
100.
sort of all unravelling for him here. Those missed darts at the double, 12 match darts.
In fairness, the earlier ones on the
100.
double one, they were literally right on the wire. They just couldn't find that small adjustment.
140.
Thibault doing what Thibault does. When it gets scrappy, he knows how to win ugly. All of the matches yesterday were
140.
a little like that.
161.
Lukas will absolutely be kicking himself if he goes on to lose this match.
Great leg from both, though, when you're
41.
Or when you're under
Because
it.
you reckon 161.
2 tons apiece and a 140 apiece.
It's going to stay there, and that's why I'd go bull here.
137. Thibault, you reckon
That's why.
120.
He's on there, and I'm sat here. No, so he's going to get another.
100. Lucas, you require 24.
This is dart number 13 for the match. Unlucky for some, or lucky for Lukas.
Game shot on the match.
He eventually gets
Lukas
it done
Wenig.
with a 14 dart leg. And he continues to head the table with that win. He moves on to 10 points plus 12. So that completes the first cycle of matches. When we come back, it will be Scott Baker against Gavin Carlin.
Well, he had to do it the hard way in the end, but it was victory for Lukas Wenig against Thibault Tricole in a last leg decider to round off the first round of matches here on day 2 at the MODUS Super Series. Let's have a look at the stats from that previous match. An 84.97 average was what won it for Wenig in the end. 4 from 17 on the checkout, something that he will want to work on as the day progresses. A high out of 96 against Tricole, who came back from 3-0 down to level up at 3 apiece, but Wenig getting over the line in the end. So this is what it does to the table in Group A, and it means that Lukas Wenig is the first player in the group to get onto double digits, the first player onto 10 points. He could be joined on that figure, though, by Gavin Carlin in our next match. He takes on Scott Baker, who's looking to join his opponent on 8 points. And without any further ado, let's join our commentary team. It's Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, this is a big, big game for both. Just been having a look over the matches. Gavin's on a bit of a run, isn't he?
Yeah, he won his last 3 yesterday, and he's won his opening one today against Davy Proosten. So 4 in a row at the moment for Gavin Carlin.
The cannon.
Scott Baker's had a good run here in the past, actually, as well. He's had a run of 9 wins in a row.
Yep. Yeah, remember it well. But yeah, this is a big game for both. Looking at the
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first.
8 to 11
Game
Baker
on.
with the throw. Even money, Carlin.
Not right, really, isn't it? That's fair.
Yeah, it's hard to
44.
it's hard to disagree with it. This tie yesterday, of course, was the one where
39.
Baker led 3-0, had darts, and that lovely ton finish with the tops, and that was backed up with a 127 on the ball.
125.
And the rest is history. So Baker will be looking for revenge. I like Baker in this one at 8 to 11. I liked Lukas in the last one at 8 to 11. This was 2 games that myself and Matt looked at and crunched all the numbers.
34.
And really, Baker should have won this tie handily yesterday.
Missed those 4 match starts as well. It should have been over 4-0.
Yeah.
He ended up losing the game 4-3.
Yeah. Make sure
58.
you give us a follow on our MODUS Super Series YouTube page for those of you that watch outside of the UK or
100.
choose to watch the coverage on the Online Darts YouTube channel. That our coverage will be moving
59.
across to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, so make sure you give that a follow, subscribe,
on the first leg.
hit that
Scott
like button,
Baker.
and hit that alert bell. And every time we do go live, not just for the Super Series, but for all
So
the other
it's Gavin to
content that
throw
we will be
first.
bringing you
Game
in the
on.
future, make sure you don't miss out.
100.
There's a 14 darter there for Scott Baker. Quick time. And actually, when we look at the timing, we said earlier about the
60.
pace of Scott Baker being quite quick. I was actually looking through the speed records,
Wow.
and he's got the 4th fastest game in history
100.
here. 6 minutes and 1 second it took him to beat Chris Quantock.
Wow.
93.
Wonder if I can lose quicker than that on week 12.
Take you about 6 minutes to get up the stairs now, won't it?
140.
Will at the end of day 1.
$140.
Good response here from Gavin.
161.
Didn't really put much in that opening. 161 after 9.
65.
Looks like a couple of holder throws could be on the way here.
100. Gavin, you require 96.
Nice shot, this 96. It's 2 darts at the treble that he's been throwing at the entire game. And he needs the 1. Look him right the way across the board to the double
Game
9. That
on
does
the
so
second leg.
successfully.
Yeah,
Gavin
super
Carlin.
dart, that one, Matt. under a little bit of pressure as well because Scott was poised.
Delegate Scott to throw first.
That's
Game
a very
on.
important hold. Good standard so far. 14 dart hold in leg 1, 15 dart hold in leg 2 for
60.
Gavin.
And the averages for this are just that situation where we say the bad leg
134.
against the throw, it doesn't affect the game, it only affects the averages.
Correct.
60.
There's an example right on cue, Matt. Look at that void. But ultimately, it's 1-1. And again, this is people
58.
often ask me the question, how come James Wade is more often not behind on averages but winning matches? Well,
180.
You've got to go look at this game here. Gavin held his throw in 15 darts. Scott Baker was on 108. He had no chance to even attempt the break of throw. So it's 1-1.
yeah.
But against the throw, Gavin was so far away from Scott.
He was left way back, wasn't he, in leg 1?
171.
Well, 180 backed up with a 171. Possible 10 darter. Did we have a 10 yesterday? No, we had an 11, of course, didn't we?
We had 2
From
11s.
64.
Yeah, one from
Got your
Scott
record,
Baker
30.
and one from Gavin Carlin.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
That's
Baker.
Another 11.
I don't know if you noticed there, Scott was sort of shaking his head at the back of the stage. I don't
Full
think he
flag,
meant to
Gavin
leave
to
the
throw
double
first.
15s.
No, I don't
Game
think he
on.
did. Maybe a little bit of a miscount.
100.
Didn't affect him too much. Found the double 15 with the second dart. First one sat lovely on the wire and then just...
43.
Especially the way his darts sit up.
And his darts they've got like this ball on the end of them almost, haven't they? They're sort of like taper towards the stem. A bit like Dennis
99.
Priestley.
I was just going to say a bit like Dennis, and the thought behind that is you have something to throw against. So
100.
that almost sits just pre-grip. So when you throw the dart, you know, there's very little chance of the slip, and especially with a speed merchant like Scott Baker, you need to be able to
81.
sit that dart in the hand exactly the same every time.
140.
Starting to find the trebles with regularity. Did start well yesterday, of course, and then faded.
100.
That sort of fade was his own doing, wasn't it? On those
140.
match darts and gave
Gavin,
Gavin that opportunity.
121.
And I
Snatched
think
it.
And I think the reaction, well, hang on, 11 ball button.
74.
Line was okay.
Scott, you
And I think then the 4-0
78.
defeat after that to Franz, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was due
38.
to that 4-3
Gavin, you
defeat to
require
Gavin.
47.
It's a bit
That
of lag.
Yeah, that hurt. Yeah, the head dropped. The head will drop for Carlin if he doesn't get rid of this double 14. That should be a great guide.
33. Scott, you require
So
40.
a break opportunity here for Scott Baker.
Game shot on the
Takes
fourth
it.
flag.
First dart in hand.
Scott Baker.
It's a breaker throw for Scott Baker. He'll be throwing now for the match. And the start of the show, Mace did tip it
Fifth
up.
leg,
He
it's
said,
Scott
keep an
to
eye on
throw
Scott
first.
Baker today. He expects him to make moves.
Game on.
And he is making his move in this one.
Well, the darts used in the 3 winning legs for Scott Baker in this match, just 41.
60.
That's impressive.
So's
that.
180.
This is where you don't want the brain to kick
97.
in, like you said before. You don't want to start thinking of yesterday and the situation. And, you know, I walked in the practice room and it was like, oh, he never missed a
59.
thing. Why me? You know, that sort of attitude. And when he kicks off with a 180, surely the
You
demons.
think-
45.
Exactly. The demons, you're thinking, oh, here we go. I was 3-0 up yesterday, cruising. 3-1 up here, and then he pops the max in. And you do, like you
81.
say, you do start to think, well, why me? What have I done? Leave me alone.
99.
So that's how Davy's probably feeling, propping up the table with no victories. While
Yeah.
Tricole's on 8 points. with a much lower average.
145.
Welcome to the Why Me Club. Double 18.
140.
12
Gavin
darts.
36.
This is a break of throw opportunity.
Game
A
shot
hold
fifth
in the
leg.
next one.
Gavin
And we have a
Carlin.
level game. The winning legs for Gavin is 15 and 13. This is a very, very enjoyable match.
6 leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
When he goes behind, the cannon certainly fires.
140.
And on target.
60.
I won't make any more Oasis puns today for Scott Baker. I'm sure you're all doing that on the socials and in the chat.
45.
No, why not?
140.
So I'll give you we might as well end my opinion on the debate. We still want to hear from you and what you think was toughest, the
41.
News of the World, the Worlds, or the UK Open. I'm going to go News of the World, UK Open, and the Worlds.
80.
And that's just my personal feeling from playing in all of them.
105.
Good thinking there. Picking off the 25 to leave the 170. Huge visit incoming. Needs another treble.
140. Gavin, you record 170.
That was quality darts there. Really gives himself the opportunity to wrap this one up on the 81.
58. Scott, you require
I mean, would have been
81.
hoping for a treble himself there. Means he's only going to get a dart or double at most.
Treble 16.
41. Gavin, you require
So 96.
112.
This is a good shot for Gavin. It gives him 2 darts at the treble he's been throwing at the entire game. Lovely marker. Doesn't use it. Bit of a deflection there. You can see in the angle that the dart has hit the board. Gives Scott Baker
88.
the opportunity on tops of the match.
Scott, you require
You could see
40.
the relief when that treble didn't go in, but you still got work to do.
Game
And
shot
in
and the
it
match.
goes.
Scott.
And that was a very, very tidy performance indeed from Scott Baker. An end average of 97.86. That's his highest of the group so far. 180, but the finishing was outstanding. 4 out of 5, 80%, and he makes it back-to-back wins. Up next, it is Davy Proosten up against Lukas Wenig.
2 games, 2 victories for Scott Baker as he gets the better of Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 2 in game 4 of our day here at the MODUS Super Series. Let's have a look at the stats from our previous match. A fantastic performance for the mod. 97.86 was his average. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, 80%. A high out of 92, not much not to like there. Is he the man to make a charge on Tuesday here at the Super Series? Let's have a look at the table then, following the conclusion of our 4th match of the day. And Baker joins Gavin Carlin on 8 points, level with his opponent from the last match. Lukas Wenig is out on top on 10, and he takes on Davy Proosten in our next fixture. He's looking for his first victory of the group. Can he secure it against the man at the top of the table? We're about to find out. Let's hand back to Chris and to Matt.
Going to take a look at both the players here. They're making the sandwich of the table, the bread on either side. Got Davy Proosten at the bottom of the table, minus 17 legs and yet to record a win this week, and didn't come into this with the best of form. Only got 7 wins out of 20 coming into this, and now we have another 6 in the defeat column. So the Joker's going to need to find a little bit more here against the man who's running away with things at the top of the table, and running away with things quite convincingly in the stats as well as the points. It's all ticks at the moment for Lukas Wenig.
Yeah, and he's been backed favourably, and rightly so. I think the punt here is Lukas, minus 1.5, 8 to 11. The stats suggest if they play to type, which we've got a big enough sample now, we do know, though, that the volatility of this sport is all of a sudden a player who we know is capable could just switch it on and it all happens for him whilst Lukas could have a nightmare. But statistically, again, not an opinion of mine or Matt's. We're just looking at the numbers, and they suggest a 4-1 win.
The numbers also suggest that we shouldn't be scared of the advantage of throw of Davy.
No.
Davy's stats on holding the throw are not strong, where Lukas on breaking the throw before that first game, 12 attempts, and he's done it 10 times.
97.
Across yesterday's play.
That's why we very rarely get it wrong. Shame we're not allowed to have a punt.
90.
But as we've seen many times before with this fabulous sport, it can surprise and shock us. That's why we love it.
140.
Remember, gamble responsibly if you are having a punt. When the fun stops, stop. BeGambleAware.org. And if you are having your pocket money on a player and you're sat in your mum's box room in your Spider-Man pajamas and your Fortnite duvet cover, don't get all upset when you lose your 18-time accumulator.
100. Lucas, you've got 164.
I bet you've got a WWE duvet cover, haven't you, Matt?
I do actually, yeah. And the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
Amy,
one as well.
170.
Mrs. will be tweeting in shortly.
That poor girl. That
98.
Poor
Lucas,
girl.
you've got 198. $58. Davy requires
This is when the advantage
72.
of throw comes in, when you get a game that has got a similar scoring phase. You just get that extra shot at the finishing. Get first poke at it. He's in double 16.
Game shot on the
And that
first leg.
Is a much
Davy
better start from
Proosten.
Davy Proosten. Takes out the 72. Is an 18 darter, but it's a hold of throw, and he takes the 1-0 lead here against
Second leg is
Wenig.
Lucas to throw first.
And he was a little fortunate with the treble 7, wasn't he?
93.
Yeah, going back to that, it was actually just about a week ago. We was laying in bed, and at the side of the bed, I've got like, for some reason, I bought a giant Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I put that next to my Undertaker signed urn, which is next to some figures. I'm a collector of like old toys and things.
Yeah, that's right. But they're actually a very smart investment, aren't
They are, yes, they go up
94.
in value quite often. So, and she was laid there. And she thought, I'd never thought I'd be in my mid-30s laying next to some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and things, because this isn't how I imagined my life would go.
100.
You said when a player's capable, sometimes they can turn it up.
134.
Davy's doing that here.
Yep. Well, he's got it in. He's got it in the locker. I've seen Davy throw some top darts, and I
83.
say we can only go on the stats in front of us, and when we've got a big enough sample, and we use it, more often than not,
140.
isn't far wrong.
138.
But that's a great visit from Lukas. So we will be back at tops
58.
for a 13
Lucas, you record
darter
40.
and a level game, despite the max in the leg from Davy. Oh, but he's not been convincing on his doubles. Oh dear.
Game showed the
We
second
left
leg.
it late.
Lucas
is.
Wenig.
15 dart hold. We've got a game on our hands, Matt, when we thought this one potentially, or
Feel like it's Davy to
statistically,
throw first.
would be pretty
Game on.
one-sided. I mean, there's a huge void in terms of averages.
When you mentioned there about the doubling as well,
125.
like it's indifferent. The first 3 darts he threw out a double today he hit. Then he missed 13 match
60.
darts. And it's sort of first dart or go chasing.
Yeah.
96.
FDM, first dart merchant. I think we all are a little bit, but some more so than others. He's a very measured thrower.
100.
You've got the 3 darts, so you can sometimes get in that trap where you miss the first one, you miss the second
55.
one, and you think, I've got one more chance left. And you count down rather than...
Yeah. Again, it's mind over matter, isn't it? It's thinking. Which is
60.
a player's enemy. I mean, ultimately, I still think Lukas wins the match, but the
55.
value was there, of course, on the minus, but he was, what was he, 4-9 this morning, early doors, and there was also a reaction to his
57.
win as
Davy
well
Proosten,
a little earlier, and he was
170.
just squeezed into 2-5. Oh, he'll be going for it.
135.
Turning that down at the moment.
Especially when we've seen him go for 2 tops twice now
Yeah.
on the 80 with 3 darts in hand.
60. Davy required 35.
Well, when you haven't got any real confidence around the 60, I don't mind it, I suppose. You're trying to build confidence, aren't you?
3. Lucas, you require 164.
Confidence is a process, isn't it? It's not something you can just make or manufacture or eat or drink it.
$96.
Well, there's a
Davy required 32.
couple of things you can't practice in life. You
Game
have
shot on the
to
third
literally
leg.
go through them.
Davy Proosten.
This is much better from Davy. That's a 19 dart hold. I mean, he's a
Fourth leg,
little
it's Lucas
fortunate
to throw
that
first.
Lucas is a little off the boil here. Lucas is only averaging 86. The winning legs on throw are 6 visits
100.
and 7 visits for Davy. And you wouldn't expect Lucas to not be winning legs in 6 visits or less. Well, everything indicates he doesn't win
100.
legs with, well, he does win. Majority of his legs are 6 visits and less, just not in this one so far.
85.
He does have a very good leg advantage in this group, so you feel every
100.
time he picks up 2 points, he's just really assuring his position at the top of the table. And there's a little thing in the practice room,
80.
like this morning I noticed there was a bit more bubbly. I could hear the noise coming from the practice room. Yesterday it was silence. Today a little bit more bubbly, and
180.
the practice room's starting to get a bit more boisterous. You don't want to be the first player to lose to somebody.
Yeah.
100.
Davy
Davy
is now in
121.
control of leg 4 against the throw. The fabulous Max wants the ball. Oh,
96.
how close was that?
Lucas, you've got 136.
Line was perfect. Just minutely underthrown. Needs another. Ooh.
Is it me or is Davy throwing faster?
85. Davy required 25.
Take your pick. Chooses 9. Just.
So close to the treble.
Game
The
shot the
tides, well, he's got a
foreplay.
bit of luck there.
Davy Proosten.
A real slice of luck. He had a little bit, he was a bit fortunate to find the treble 7 in leg 1. He was very
Fifth leg is
fortunate not
Davy
to
to throw
bust on
first.
treble 9. And I don't think he could get any more in the
Game
corner
on.
of double 8.
That was a breaker throw as well there for Davy. And I'd say the speed seems to have gone again all of a sudden.
28.
And goes back to it in a 28. It's like he's looking for something, and when he finds it, he goes back to type rather than just keeping
60.
with what's working, which is that quicker moving arm.
Yeah, well, if that's not natural, maybe some players do benefit from just, well, you would
54.
know this from doing coaching, that they just perform better if it's picked up a little bit, the pace. They've got less thinking time, less hang time.
100.
Sometimes it also helps just to have that person just give you that little bit of information, you know, what's working, what's not. Because in the heat of battle,
59.
you see things differently.
Yeah, you tend to throw a little different, and you've seen it before. Some players just tend to, rather than throw with more fluidity, where they'd be more relaxed, they
134.
tighten slightly and become too deliberate.
I think that's what we're seeing with Davy, a mix between the two here as he's
140.
sort of going in and out of paces. He gives a point to the board there. A little bit of Bob Anderson-y.
125.
Look at the pace.
140. Lucas, you require
He
82.
looks way more comfortable when he's a bit quicker. Tops to get one back.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
That's
Lukas
his second
Wenig.
15-darter of the match. And it is a break back. We'll need another breaker
6th leg
throw
is
to win
Lucas
the
to throw
match.
first.
Something that doesn't scare Lucas, though, that one.
Absolutely not.
50.
See what Davy we get in this leg. Do we get the quicker, more aggressive Davy?
84.
Tend to find you get becomes a bit easier to group.
140.
Quicker throw.
Yep. Absolutely.
Or on the same aspect, you tend to find if you miss, you follow in bad darts.
40.
Well, the first dart merchants are the ones that hit the most 180s, so that backs it up. All the stats suggest the quicker players are the bigger scorers.
You can literally summarise that whole
96.
theory in one guy, Michael Smith.
Yeah. Well, holds the record for 180s, and although Dirk van Dijvenbode has hit the most 180s so far this
97.
year, the actual return rate on 180s is still with Michael Smith, because he's played less legs.
105.
Good reaction from Lucas. Lucas is on debut here, and we were speaking earlier about what reaction we get from Franz. And Lucas is being asked questions here, and he's responding with really good darts. Won that last in 15 darts. It's on for 15 again
123.
here.
Lucas, you've got 110.
Davy's not making it easy for him.
No. And Lucas, as you already mentioned, will be thinking,
70.
please not let it be
Davy,
me
you're
that is the first
157.
person to lose to Davy. He's going to be back for 3-3, but Davy will have
57.
the darts.
Lucas, you require 40.
And again, as you mentioned, It's not
35.
first start, he's chasing.
Davy require 100.
This for the match.
Well, that wasn't the ideal dart. It was too high on the ton, wasn't it? Like a mile away from the treble 20. I can't imagine he was looking at tops on a
72.
10.
Lucas, you
No,
require
I
5.
think there was an argument there to maybe use the 16s and look at the treble 16 there.
Yeah, because it was an absolute blocker, wasn't it?
Game shot on the 6th
And,
flag.
well, it's
Lucas
a 20
Wenig.
darter. It's a hold of throw. It's a level game, and we go to a one-leg shootout.
7th and final leg. It's Davy to throw first. Game on.
Maybe has the advantage of throw. Look at those averages. How often do you ever see that? Remember down the
60.
local when you used to play, if the scoreboard was the same, it used to be pint for the marker.
Correct.
So I think that's a pint for the commentary box.
Yep.
I
I wouldn't say, well, a little early for me, but I'll maybe have it.
125.
He did this in the challenge tour. It was 4-all, and then he went and did a 9-darter.
He did.
44.
Won't be worrying about a 9 here. He'll be just worrying about getting the 2 points.
96.
Good pressure from Davy. That's perfect for him, isn't it?
This is a good leg of darts.
100.
Means a lot to both players. Davy wants to get points on the board. He doesn't want this run to continue. Lucas wants his run to continue. He wants to be winning this group.
43.
He does not want to be playing darts on Thursday or Friday. The averages were the same. The scores the same. The legs are the same. The one thing that's not the same is the amount of darts they've thrown. Lucas has the advantage
60.
of these darts, which he has not really used there.
Well, he's left the door open, hasn't he? And that's not a bad looking dart. Oh.
100.
Well, it gets there in the end. He's down to
170.
77. It's the easier of the two finishes. Starting on 19s on 117. Answers on a postcard.
85.
Don't like that play.
Davy
did
requires
you?
77.
Bit weird, a bit different.
It's a bit like going for an 18 on 118.
Davy had his chance here. He's made a bit of a mess of this. Can't do anything from here other than stand and hope.
37. Lucas, you require 32.
The win. Buckles the wire. Shook.
24.
Well, I often say to you, Matt, we've
Maybe
had this
require
conversation when a
40.
player's meant to win a game, certain things happen, and right throughout this one, it's all gone the way of Davy Proosten.
35. Lucas, you require 8. Game shot on the match.
Right in the corner.
Lukas
He gets there in
Wenig.
the end. He had to survive some match darts there, Lukas Wenig, but got over the line. Gets another 2 points on the board. We said he wasn't scared at 3-1 down about having to find those breaks of throw. It is a feature of his game at the moment, and he gets those 2 breaks of throw. Gets himself over the line for a 4-3 win.
Well, Davy Proosten must be wondering what he has to do to win a game here at the MODUS Super Series, losing out 4-3 in the end to Lukas Wenig. Let's have a look then at the stats from that game. An 85.85 being enough for Wenig to get over the line. 4 from 13 on the doubles and a high checkout of 82. As you can see, Chris Mason has joined me up on the gantry to look back at the first 5 matches. Let's begin by going and looking back on that first game, or that last game that we've just seen there. Davy should have won that one, really, shouldn't he?
Yeah, and that's sort of what happens when you've not won a game and you're desperate to get your first chalk on the board. It's tough, and you could see he was under it, but the positivities were there, some decent finishing at times, some good scoring, and, you know, Lukas is top of the table, so that was a good performance. Great for Lukas. On my way out, he said, I think I'll do the lottery this week. Yeah, I would.
I think the standout player so far today has been Scott Baker. 2 games, 2 wins, and 2 really good performances.
Yeah, well, we both suggested that, you know, as you called it, it's moving day on a Tuesday, and Baker was one of those that looked, especially with those opening 2 games, he gets 2 wins there. Next up, it's Lukas again, not next up in this match, but they both play each other, Lukas and Scott, in a few matches' time. I think the winner of that one goes on to come out on top on day 2. Whether either of them come out on top on day 3, it's a bit of a coin flip. I've got them quite level, actually, in terms of numbers. That's a tough game to call.
Maybe not a must-win that game for Scott Baker, but you sense if you can get a win in that, just to reduce the arrears and stop Lukas from getting away.
Yeah, I think Lukas has looked a little bit vulnerable today. I think he's been a bit fortunate. He averaged 84 in his first match, 85 and a bit there. I think an in-form Baker, I think steamrollers him on that form, on those kind of numbers. So it'd be interesting to see how that match ties up.
Well, let's have a look at our next match. It's Thibault Tricole, the Frenchman, up against Franz Roetzsch. We said Thibault had a tough start to the day. If he can get victory here, he sets himself up in good stead, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's playing better already. He looks more comfortable. He looks more refreshed. And again, in our little preview show at 9 o'clock this morning, you know, I was very positive on Thibault today. I think he'll put 5 or 6 points on yesterday's average and put himself in a good position at the end of today to really attack tomorrow. If not win the group, try and get in one of those top 3 spots so he goes into the easier Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
Well, Chris, thank you very much for now. Let's head back then to the action and to Matt Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. And this is one that I'm actually looking forward to. This one poses a lot of questions. Neither player really finding their best. Franz obviously started his campaign here really well, but and everything we've seen before, it was a bit of an over-performance. The Destroyer said yesterday you got to have some confidence to have a nickname like that. We're hoping to destroy Thibault Tricole in this one. Legs are going to start coming into play. We looked at Thibault at the halfway point yesterday. When you hit the top of the table,
Yeah, first leg it's France to throw
you only
first.
had that +1 leg
Game
advantage,
on.
and that has soon been eaten into. You've got to be hitting the early wins with a little bit of comfort, like Lukas has. When you get to that point,
134.
all you need then is the wins, because you have that bonus point advantage of the legs.
140.
Thibault won this tie yesterday, of course, didn't he? 4-2. It was, I think it was the worst performance of the day from Franz. Yeah, he averaged just 84 to Thibault's 82, but there was a horrendous amount of darts missed at
140.
doubles from Thibault. 18 in total.
They've both lost their opening games of the day today as well. Franz losing 4-1 to Scott Baker. Tricole losing 4-3 to Lukas Wenig, who missed 13 match darts himself in that game. It was one of them games where you thought Tricole was going to come back and do what he's been doing all along this week so far. He's been registering points despite being the lowest average of anyone here.
Well, I think yesterday you expect on debut, and of course a lot of players having their first time here at the new venue and on a new stage, a new environment, you expect players to underperform, or I think a lot of them overperformed, and we're actually starting to see the numbers that is around their running
54.
averages for the
Points
last,
required 88.
well, for this year, let's say.
Suppose it comes down to the individual as well, doesn't it? Like some players love stage, and Franz loves a different way of going about
Game
things.
shot
And
the
that's a
first
very
leg.
different way about
Franz
going for
Roetzsch.
88. Bull double 19. That's a new one on me, but it's one leg on the
So
scoreboard.
it's Thibault to
for
throw
Franz.
first.
Well, if he hits a 25 that could block the target,
100.
he's got to go 13 bull.
I don't see the advantage there, because
No.
if you stay on the 20s, yes, you might end up on the bull, but you've got the... He
100.
won the leg. He won the leg, but if you're watching this and you're looking for some tips,
Don't go that way.
yeah, that's not recommended.
136.
The thing is, on the 88, if you're aggressive, you go treble 20 at a 20. If you want to be even more aggressive, which I don't, sometimes it depends on the situation, but you can go for the 54. So you've got 2 darts at trebles to leave a double. It may be double 7 if you hit the 54, but I'd rather go at double 7 than bull.
Especially
95.
depending on what the first dart's done for you in the hitting at 25.
Yeah. Well, so much can go wrong going for a 25. You can miss the 25 completely and hit a 1.
It was one of them shots where
140.
looking around at all the screens, just
Thibault
making sure that we haven't
170.
got a scoreboard error somewhere, thinking he's gone for something different.
58.
Well, we debate it all along, and he hit it though, and that's the main point. He took the point, took the leg. held the throw.
96.
Is
Thibault
what Thibault Tricole's
112.
going to want to do here on this 112. He gets 2 darts at the treble 20.
88. Franz Roetzsch
Puts it up nicely.
119.
119. No dart player likes 119. Franz will love 119 if he gets a treble 20. He won't do on this occasion, so
99. Thibault
here to
required
level
24.
the game. Couple of holds a throw.
Well, not necessarily
Franz required 20.
textbook, but here's an opportunity to break through and take a 2-0 lead. Doesn't look inviting.
Was the feature of his game yesterday. 47.6% on the outer ring.
No score.
Well, yeah, that was the
Thibault, you
key
require
feature
4.
of his games yesterday, wasn't it? Incredible doubling.
Game shot on the second leg. Thibault Tricole.
Well, Thibault wins the double, levels things up. Both players averaging
So
just
it's
shy
France
of
to throw
90.
first. Game on.
Just opportunity for France
57.
to lead 2-0.
That the numbers suggest Tricole's the
60.
least likely to get the 180s. 1 in every 10 legs or so. He got 1 in his opening leg of the day. That was a 7-leg game with
100.
Lucas, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see him go through this one without a max, according to the data.
Yep.
46.
Yeah, that's right. It was just 2 for the day. Exactly the same as Thibault.
81.
Definitely go under on the 180s in this one.
There's a couple of
100.
expressions, isn't there, that we have to always abide by, and sport throws up some crazy things. Game wasn't played on paper. An
Oh.
expression that is a...
Size that is sort of
93.
That's what education does for you. So you You learn about materials and
58.
stuff.
Points required 170.
Although I do think Henry's probably the most educated out of...
Well, he actually went to school, didn't he? And college and university. I think this is his first job.
46. $80. Points required
The darts in the
124.
5 haven't helped Tricole there. It's put him quite a bit back. Franz will fancy himself for 6 here. Be interested to see if he gets this 18, if he sets up or if he goes for it. He has gone for it. He's gone aggressive.
Teammate required
There is an
157.
argument there to lay up the finish. Personally, I love laying up the finish. Keith Deller famous took the 138 when he was given the opportunity.
Points required 25.
But I like that play that it almost sets a statement saying, if you're good enough.
Game shot on the third leg.
Franz is good enough for the 25. It's another holder throw. Everything going on throw so far. 2-1 lead for Franz. And I remember in
it's
practice
Thibault to
actually,
throw
there was once I was
first.
playing with Kevin Painter and I left him on 167. And I literally turned around, I gave him the shot and I said, if you're good enough.
60.
And he took out the 167, jumped on the table, ran round the chairs. He's like, oh, he is good enough.
Brilliant.
$95.
Another funny practice board story was I was left on a 170
81.
and I've told him I'm going to hit it and he's just got a new car and the new car's on the driveway and he goes, oh, if you hit this I'll go do a handstand on my car naked. So like
99.
classic stories that you get in the practice battles.
I'm amazed he actually drove it because he likes to keep his cars pristine, doesn't he?
45.
You tend to find that practice rooms are full of a lot of banter.
Yeah, it is great, and there's always such a just a
137.
mix of people's personalities that it's usually great fun. I remember playing Fordham on debut
41.
at the
Points
at
required
Lakeside for the
170.
Worlds, and God rest his soul as well, Andy. And I just beat him in the
58.
England Open, and I was a little naive and full of misguided confidence. So I've done a few interviews, and I said, "No, I think I win easy." I said, "I'm not
98.
particularly worried
Points
about
required
playing Andy."
112.
How wrong could one have been? I took out 160, and that was the only leg I won.
Game shot on the
That's
fourth
absolutely
leg.
brilliant from
Franz
Franz. That's
Roetzsch.
more like it. That's more of what we saw yesterday. I don't mind that finish on the 1-1-2.
Fifth leg, it's France to throw first.
You mentioned
Game
there about
on.
that misguided confidence, so to speak. And we get that in darts a little bit. And maybe we've had that a little bit with Franz this week, where we didn't really know too much about him. And
55.
the players certainly wouldn't have known too much about him either. And there might even be just that little bit of, oh, he could be the whipping boy, he could be the points.
55.
And then when he comes up here like he did yesterday and takes the victory, the only man so far to beat Lukas Wenig.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, that was in
140.
the second match. That was both their debut matches yesterday, and he didn't just win it, he won it with ease. 4-1, didn't he?
But then look at
118.
4-1 victory over Davy Proosten against the throw, 99.20 average, 133 finish.
58.
So he actually started extremely strong yesterday. Didn't start great in his opener today, lost 4-1 to Scott Baker with a 78
100.
average, but in this one he's up back up to the 86 average and is looking to put some points on the board.
140.
140 points on the scoreboard there is going to help. Brings him down to a one treble combination finish.
Yeah, and no, well, needs a treble, or he's not going to be on a finish.
48.
So he's got 6
Franz
darts to wrap
Roetzsch,
this one up.
108.
4-1. And again, Matt, look at the numbers, and that's sort of where he is coming into this Super Series on
68.
debut. And that's a great effort.
Will return for the tops. Tricole can only set this up.
140.
And there was a air
Franz
of
Roetzsch,
resignation around those darts for Tricole. Obviously been watching the finishing of Franz. He
Game
was
shot
right
on the
to
match.
feel that way.
Franz
on the
Roetzsch.
outer ring has been very impressive. Yesterday, 47.06 on the outer ring. And he's over that 33% again today, and again in this game, 36%. If you're over that percentage, that is more than 1 in 3. That is enough to get you the victories, and it's got him a 4-1 victory here and 2 points over Tricole.
So it is back-to-back defeats for Thibault Tricole. Hello, you can see me now. Back-to-back defeats for Thibault Tricole to kick off his day here at the MODUS Super Series. Defeated by Franz Roetzsch by 4-1. Let's have a look at the stats from that previous match. It was an 81.08 average for Tricole. No maximums in that particular encounter. 1 from 3 on the doubles. Whilst Roetzsch, he had the more opportunities. 4 from 11 on the doubles, including that fantastic 112 finish. Let's see then what that previous result has done to our league table here at the Super Series. We are heading towards the midway point of proceedings in Group A here in Week 10. Lukas Wenig is in front on 12 points. He's 4 points clear following the end of round 7 of his nearest rivals, Franz Roetzsch and Scott Baker. Gavin Carlin also on 8 points, Thibault Tricole on 6, and Davy Proosten is on 0 points. Well, Wenig, the man at the top of the table, is in action next against Scott Baker, a player who's had a really good start to the day, having won each of his opening 2 fixtures. What's going to happen here at the start of round 3? Let's find out in the company of Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, he's been far more convincing of the two for me, Matt. Scott Baker beating Franz 4-1 with an 84-54, and then he got rid of Gavin Carlin 4-2 with a 97-86. Lukas just limped past Tricole 4-3 to Tricole averaging 81-82, 84-97.
Like it's Lukas to throw first.
Lukas is the 8-15 favourite, 11-8 about Baker. I think I'm not saying he'll win, but you got to go with value. And looking at the stats from yesterday and today, it wouldn't be a yeah. Thanks for that. Cancel that. Get all your money on Lukas. Now, looking at all the numbers, he shouldn't be 11-8, and he shouldn't be 8-15.
60.
Yeah,
that's how I would describe that one. But also, when we look at what this game could mean for both players, this is a vital game. We are now getting to the part where the league is taking shape. This is the 8th match that they will play out of the 15 they're going to play over the next couple of days.
140.
Lukas is on 12 points, Scott on 8. If Lukas wins this, he'll put a 6-leg buffer between him and Scott. But not only that, he will further extend the leg advantage. The leg advantage at the moment plus 13 for Lukas. Scott Baker on a plus 3. Even a 4-3 win for Lukas will take another leg off the Scott Baker column, add another one to his. And then the only way you're going to get past Lukas Wenig is by getting more points than him. And time is running out on that, because this will be past the halfway point of Group A's matches.
Yeah, we're getting towards the
100.
real business end of Group A. And of course, that will affect the mentality and approach of the players. And some real nerves will start to play its part. But 141 for Baker, had a lovely 161 yesterday.
Yeah, after this round of fixtures, they would all played 8 matches. At that point, you can say this player can potentially win this group. This player is going for Group B. This player is going... And it's sort of all mapped out for you. For a holder throw.
44.
Been a little bit
Scott, you require
all or nothing
58.
on the doubles today. It's first star or chasing. Got Baker.
Game showed
Doesn't need to chase that one too far. Takes the 58 out on the double 10. Most important factor of that is a break of throw. Scott Baker.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Takes the early lead.
And it's a break of throw he needed. I mean, Wenig was the most impressive
60.
of all the players yesterday. As we mentioned, 94.05 for the day. I mean, that's right up there with some of the best starts we've seen.
Today, I just feel like he's stumbled over the line. He could have lost that last game against Davy Proosten, who hasn't won a game yet this week.
60.
Actually ended up missing 4 match darts. Take the victory over Lukas.
Yep.
$98.
Scott's got the breaker throw and then open with a couple of trebleless visits.
60.
Sort of feel that the players will be aware of the situation at the moment. They do get to see the league table in the practice room when it comes up on the screens. And I can tell you now, I've been in that practice room on this Super Series multiple times. And as soon as that league table comes up, the whole room move around the screen and they have a look. And they work it out. The shoes and socks come off. The fingers and toes are used. Everyone works out what needs to be done. Baker knows what needs to be done. 181 points, 6 darts.
140.
Baker,
Lucas,
not one of them players that complicates everything. He'll be looking at this and just get the win, get the win, get the win. That's all he'll be thinking.
It's just
89.
So he can get the win.
You require 41.
Oh,
now,
cut amongst the pigeons.
It makes things tasty.
Game shot on the second
leg. Tracks to do that. That's a 2-0 lead. And if he does take that 4-1, that'll give him another 3 legs. That'll move him to +6. But that will also bring 3 legs off of
Lukas to throw first.
Yeah, he'd stay on 12, but
he'd come down to +10, so he'd be within 4 legs. Where at the moment, there's a 10-leg gap between them, so it's like double points this, because you're taking the points off the player at the top while gaining them yourself.
100.
He'd love to get the double break and give himself the opportunity for the full nil.
59.
I mean, we're not saying we told you so, but we looked at the averages from yesterday. We've looked at the averages from today.
47.
Right on cue. It's an awful 47. The odds were too big at 11-8.
I thought you was going to say, not telling I told you so, but no.
100.
Speaking of no, and childish sort of comments.
60.
Back to Twitter.
Yeah, the missus has tweeted into at MSS Darts, Modus Super Series Darts, to confirm that I do actually have a wrestling duvet.
95.
She's actually put that on the thread as well. That is to
85.
let you know all the fixtures and things for today, so everyone will know about my wrestling duvets and things now. So conversation I didn't expect today.
I know what to get you for Christmas this year.
140.
I take it they do childish pajamas in adult
84.
sizes.
Because you require 52.
Sure, you're nodding as if, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I've got a couple of pairs.
Game shot on the third leg. Lukas
Important hold a
Wenig.
throw there from Lucas.
Yeah,
Stops
huge.
the rot.
Huge. That'll just settle him down.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Still advantage Baker.
Yeah, I'm about to crack out the Home Alone pyjamas now because Christmas is coming.
60.
It's nearly October.
Yeah, you like Christmas, don't you?
Love it. Absolutely love Christmas.
You go early as well, don't you?
Tree will be up sort of mid-November, I think. And
60.
I'm already starting to look around. I'm enjoying the Christmas sort of vibes that are coming into the shops now.
Well, I noticed in Belgium,
66.
there was a group of lads dressed in Christmas attire holding up signs with Merry Christmas on it, and I thought of you. I thought, Matt will be absolutely loving that.
180.
Do love a Christmas jumper as well. Big fan of the Christmas
Well,
jumper.
I did get one, and I'm not really a
92.
Christmassy kind of guy, but I did get one for the Worlds this year just to celebrate being back with fans and everything else. And I got that. You've probably seen it. You've probably got one, the bullseye Christmas jumper.
140.
Oh, it's a beauty. Horrendous.
We've got one that's a Christmas tree that lights up and flashes. That's a.
Well, you've taken it to another level, of course.
100. Lucas, you broke 121.
I'm like the Chris Mason of jumpers when it comes to shirts.
103.
Well, he'll be back. Some leg from Wenig.
100. Lucas, you require 18. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well,
Lukas
bit of emotion from Lucas. If you want to possibly watch either of these two players who may well, one of them's
Fifth leg is Lucas
definitely going to qualify for Saturday
Game
night's
on.
final, and you want to come along, it's free of charge. Have a look across our socials, MSS Darts, all one word,
86.
or www.dartshop.tv. Tickets are free. You have to pay a
140.
£5 deposit, which is redeemable upon arrival. Unfortunately, this is just to stop the Belmets
137.
ordering tickets and not arriving and spoiling it for everybody else. Sadly, they're grown men. That's the thing.
100.
Grown men doing them kind of things. How sad. But alas, if they want to spend 500 quid on 100 tickets, good luck to them. I'll just spend it over the bar when it's all over.
98.
Saturday night. Cheers. Thanks.
What will you do with the other £495?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know me so well.
28.
But yeah, their tickets are free. Come down and enjoy yourselves. the most intimate venue there is. You meet all the team,
60.
get to see all the players up close and personal. It really is an enjoyable night of arrows.
180. Looking for 120.
What a time to get your first max of the game. Really precious, this 120. Needs the treble. Won't find it, so it's an opportunity for Scott Baker to
56.
retake the lead.
Scott, you require 53.
Single 13 for tops.
Game shown in the 5th leg.
In the blink of an
Scott
eye, literally.
Baker.
I'll say, well done to the spotting team on that one. That was super quick. Bang, bang,
Six-legged
straight
Scott
in,
to throw
13 and tops.
first. Game on.
It's the breaker throw. Now he's throwing for the match. And this would be a 2-leg
100.
advantage. He'll take 2 legs off the scorer, Lucas. Add 2 on his own, so...
And 2 points.
Stop the winning run as well
60.
from Lucas, who has only lost 1 game, which was his opening game against Franz.
Yeah, he's on a 5-match unbeaten
55.
streak.
Scott Baker did manage a 9-match unbeaten
100.
streak as his best.
He did indeed.
This will be his 3rd win of the day. Winning all of his matches so
96.
far, if he can see this one over the line.
$117.
Lucas is not going to roll over and let that happen. That's why you're top of the table. Reactive darts.
100.
Just about doing enough at the moment, but a big visit here could turn this leg on its head.
100. It's got your
It was
requirement.
minimum requirement, wasn't it? At least a ton. Treble 18's the shot. Or treble 10.
125. Lucas, you require 124.
I think he'll be happy enough with that. Should guarantee himself 2 darts if he comes back. This is the bull. That is
99.
not the ball, so it
Scott, you
gives
require
Scott the
25.
opportunity to wrap this up. 25.
Dear.
Game shot and the match.
Well, myself
Scott
and
Baker.
Edgar thought that 11-8 was value. And it certainly did produce not a real shock for me there. Baker defeating Lukas Wenig, and he gets his first defeat in 5. Up next, it is Gavin Carlin against Franz Roetzsch.
The mod is making his move on day 2 here in Group A at the MODUS Super Series. Scott Baker once again in the winners enclosure, beating Lukas Wenig by 4 legs to 2. Let's have a look at the stats from that previous match. Wenig, despite having the higher average, hitting more 180s, was on the wrong end of a 4-2 scoreline. That thanks in part with a 2 for 9 checkout ratio. That was compared to 4 from 6 for Scott Baker in the end. And that has huge consequences to the Group A table, which we can have a look at for you now on your screen. There it is. Scott Baker goes within 2 points of Wenig at the top, and it halts his momentum as he was looking to make a charge to put himself in an unassailable position in the group. He is going to have company alongside him 2 points behind. Scott Baker is going to have company on 10 points as the 2 players locked on 8 go head to head. It's Franz Roetzsch up against Gavin Carlin in our next encounter. So without any further ado, the players on stage, they are ready. Let's hand back to Matt and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, fascinating match, this one, for, well, many reasons, but the one that stands out for me, it was the first win of the day yesterday for Gavin, and I think it was Franz's first defeat. And Gavin, of course, went on to win, what did he go on to win? 3-4 on the spin?
Yeah, it's a tasty game.
So it's fond memories, that's the thing. For Gavin, it was a really bad day up until this point, and
Hey, first, like it's Gavin
will
to
probably
throw
fancy
first.
this one.
Game on.
And to be honest, I don't like this one from a numbers standpoint when you break it all down, because we know Gavin is proven and showed he's very capable. I would normally be all over Franz here, but I've just not been impressed with him so far
61.
today.
I think if you was playing along at home, this is one you'd have a bit of time off. You don't want to be playing along with this one. It could be anything.
95.
You know, yesterday we saw the best from Gavin Carlin. 98.62 average, 3 180s, 4 out of 6 on his doubles in the 4-2 victory.
57.
And then today, kicked off the day with a 75 average in a 4-1 victory over Davy Proosten, and then lost 4-2 to Scott Baker
97.
in his next game out. Franz did win last time against Thibault Tricole, 87 average, but lost his
57.
opening game, just like Gavin did. 4-1 defeat to Scott Baker again in those 70s, 78.84. So this game, really, we can't give any
99.
indication from any sort of stats or data. It's who plays better wins.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's going to come down to a couple of moments here and there. And the thing is, as well, we know with Gavin, he's got absolutely no quit in him, and we've seen some of his best starts from coming from behind.
95.
And in relation to the table, this game will really
45.
shape it up. One of these players will move to 10. One of these players is going to be left behind on 8. And you're looking up with 3 players above you. You start to question if you can win the group.
Game shot on the
It's a
first
great
leg.
way to start the game, though.
Franz
115 the finish there from Franz. We keep saying the doubles are the strength. The doubles are the strong point, because that is the glaring stat where he's miles above, not just this week, but what we'd expect from any player across the Super Series.
Yeah, he was outstanding in that department, wasn't he? Over 47%.
180.
That's what you get, the confidence of a 15 darter, a 115 checkout. You kick with a max.
99.
Yeah, over the course of, what did he play yesterday? 26 legs of darts. To have a 47% on doubles,
81.
anybody, and I mean anybody, would take that.
Did question if he managed his day as well as he could yesterday. This was the point
100.
where we got the dip. It actually looks today like he's going the other way, that he seems to be getting stronger as the day goes on. So he's obviously learnt something from yesterday.
125.
He's applying it extremely well here. Leaves the 115 again after just 9 darts.
125.
Did you see any of the
Front
mixed
record
doubles?
115.
Snooker on ITV? Did you not catch any of that?
No, I didn't watch any of that.
Gonna do it again.
95.
What do you think about that for a bit of darts? Maybe a bit of mixed doubles?
Could be interesting.
Weekend special, maybe? What's your thoughts on the World Cup? Would you like to see it pairs all the way through? Are you with me on that one?
It's mixed, really. I'm mixed on it.
137. Price required
I
20.
do enjoy the pairs, and it's something a bit different. But I think then it limits the possible expansion of the event as well.
Game shown the second leg.
That's another solid
Franz
leg
Roetzsch.
from Franz. See, I'm in the other camp. I think that all the upsets come when it's
So like it's Gavin
a
to throw
doubles game.
first. Game on.
I think it is a bit of a leveler playing the pairs, and I think it would open things up
Hey,
to possible upsets and maybe a team that might not be expected to get on a deep run, got on a deep run and could possibly go on to
T2.
win it because, well, history has told us that that's a big possibility. The averages here are wonderful from France.
T2.
Averaging over a ton.
Well, I've just cast my mind back to that poll we was running today on the hardest event to run. And David John...
96.
I'm not even going to attempt the last name. I'm terrible at names and I brutalise them. So David John, I hope you know who you are. I said the World Cup of Darts was actually his recommendation for the hardest event to win, probably for that reason that you have the pairs factor in there as well.
42.
And it's not just about you, it's on your opponent. And that poll has actually closed now. So the final results have just come through. The World Championship, 53.9% took the vote.
23.
So most of you thinking the World Championship would be the hardest to win, but I'd say 25% roughly on the News of the World, and there's a lot of explanation for why people think the News of the World on there. So, and a lot of it you cannot argue with.
$100. Gavin, you require 156.
We'll just want to set this up because he will have time. Franz back on 200.
60.
That's not the best setup. Franz could get the old noggin going here.
See, before the off, I thought they made a
60.
bit of a boo-boo on this one.
Gavin, you
but more
require
often than not,
96.
the odds compilers will price them it up, get it wrong, and somehow still get it right. Because they went 4 to 6 Carlin,
Game shown the third
11
leg.
to 10
Gavin
France.
Carlin.
And it's just, you know, that spooked me a little. But that was a lovely 96.
Game
I
on.
think spooky about that from the man from Northern Ireland. A beautiful
97.
city of Derry.
Interesting because I sat and went through the odds this morning at about 9 o'clock.
Yep.
When the odds there are exactly the same, which tells me that no one wanted to take them on at those prices. There was just like you have it.
Yeah. Yeah, there would have been a big move in the market, but
140.
Like you say, from a statistical point, it just was it just screamed of
60.
volatility for us, which is why we sort of suggested that it wasn't a match to have any kind of confidence in picking a winner, but
82.
just the pure value. I just wouldn't have made. I mean, again, they're doing this on the basis of he won this game yesterday.
66.
He has to throw in this one. They're not necessarily looking as deep as we go. That's why we get paid millions of pounds, of course. How was that chauffeured in Bentley this morning? Nice.
96.
Got to be careful because the missus will be all over me on that one. She calls me tight as it is and thinks I hoard
55.
tons of cash
Points
away,
required,
so
86.
she'll be all over that. You're getting me in trouble this week.
That's the aim. 68. Won't be going for 18s. I don't understand why they don't go the treble 12 there to leave the 32, which was the original thinking for going for 54.
Seen this bust before.
Yeah.
Juven Bodar at the World Championship against Raymond van Barneveld. It was interesting, actually. I saw an
France
interview with
require
Dirk about
40.
that afterwards, and he mentioned that gave him such a negative, so embarrassed by that it actually took him off his game for a couple of years.
Didn't Farmer do it as well? In the world?
No score.
Yeah, I think it was.
Gavin, you require 140.
Shane Burgess was my favourite one in the Grand Prix, or the early days of the Grand Prix, and hit a 180 and get in there. No score.
Something we don't see that often, actually, at the moment, is it? People forgetting to go for the double.
He used to do it a lot.
41. France, you require 40.
Especially when you're in the real nuts
Game
and
shot on the
bolts of
fourth leg.
a fiercely
Franz
competitive
Roetzsch.
match. You sort of almost go into autopilot and you think, oh no, I've done it. I've done it a couple of times. Only with the first dart, and then
It's
realise,
Gavin to throw first.
you know, what
Game
you've done.
on.
It's an unusual format for a dart player, isn't it? It's the
Yeah.
only time of the year that we actually ever play that. And
Well, the only other time I did play it was,
80.
well, I played it in Bristol. There's a couple of leagues in Bristol, and it used to be one leg of 501, double in, double out. That was fairly fierce. And we used to play 301, double in, double out, best of 3 in the West Mids.
40.
here's an interesting point for debate. So normally when the World Grand Prix takes place, it takes place over in Dublin. And beforehand, you get 2 Pro Tour events. those Pro Tour events go double start as well?
180.
I think they could add a different element to it, couldn't they? They could almost have a pre-tournament.
180.
I'd like to see a little bit more
45.
variation. I'm not sure about double start. I had an idea for a tournament, a one-leg shootout, 64 players into the draw.
140.
It's one leg of 1,001. Up for the ball. Winner of the ball has the choice to throw
100.
first or second.
141.
And you win, you pick your ball up and it goes into the winning ball. And then you draw
170.
the next game out. And then the players just wait,
And then you require 96.
hear their walk-on music, and in they come. A bit like a snooker shootout, but for darts. Maybe just a weekend tournament, something for a little bit
38.
different.
France require
Because
24.
we could set new records. We could have the best ever leg of 1,001 on TV and the most 180s ever in a
Game
leg.
shot on the match.
As Franz gets
Roetzsch.
it done. I thought the value at 11 to 10 was there. And he does produce, and it was fairly convincing in the end. And he moves on to 8 points and +6. Right, up next, it's Thibault Tricole against Davy Proosten.
It is getting tight at the top of Group A here at the MODUS Super Series as Franz Roetzsch secured a 4-1 victory over Gavin Carlin. Let's have a look then at the figures from our previous fixture. A 90.96 average on Roetzsch, a 10-point disparity in the averages, 4 from 12 on the doubles, 33%, that high out of 115 as well, and 2 maximums compared to Carlin's one. It was a scoring phase really that did for Carlin in the end. He was 1 for 1 on the doubles, the opportunity he got in the 96, but consistency was what won the day there for Roetzsch. Right, let's have a look then at the league table following the completion of that fixture. As you can see, it is really getting tight at the top. Wenig on 12, Roetzsch 10, Baker 10, Carlin now on 8. Thibault Tricole can join him on 8 if he can get victory against Davy Proosten in our next match. The Dutchman is looking to get his first victory of the week on the board. Let's hand back to our commentary team. It's Matt and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry, and both myself and Matt, I think we may get a bit of an upset in this one.
Yeah, just crunching through the numbers and looking how things go. So the numbers and the data suggest that Davy's been playing better than Tricole just without getting the results. And that is not just today, that is today and yesterday.
Correct.
And when we then look even deeper into that and we look at some factors like we saw in that last game, Davy's starting to visibly throw the darts faster, gave him a bit more rhythm, and he ended up playing better darts. He ended up having match darts to beat Lukas, who has been on an incredible run of form.
Yep.
Ever since that first game.
It's Thibault to throw first.
I mean,
well, if you can have match darts to beat the guy that's sort of running away with the table at the top, it sort of indicates that you're playing better than your
61
league position suggests. And Tricole today is, 281 averages.
which is what we saw yesterday for him.
Well, yeah, his average for the day yesterday was just over 81,
60.
wasn't it?
So I'm not too keen on the 2 to 5 on Tricole. He was 1 to 2 this morning when I looked at 9 o'clock. So he has been backed in. So that is reactive, obviously, to the fact that Davy's still not getting wins. Davy out to 7 to 4. That is just a fraction off a 2 to 1, which in this short format, when the stats suggest that he's playing the better,
yep,
I think he's a bit of
a punt.
Yeah, a bit of an opportunity there, and you're playing
60.
along.
And again, if there was a massive disparity in terms of, numbers and averages and 180s and scores,
125.
you sort of say, oh, well, yeah, this is going to be a one-sided game. But there's just not those negative connotations in terms of numbers for Davy just aren't there.
There's that 180 right on cue. Along with
of course.
100.
Perfect in with those stats and things that we looked at earlier about Tricole's 180 hitting.
Or lack of it.
But when you look, you could look at the table here and say Tricole is a firm 2 to 5.
132.
But it's not about the table.
No, or yesterday's result is totally irrelevant.
I don't think that his position in the table is a reflection of his performance.
No, it's flattering. Very flattering.
52. Team may require 42.
Choices here, so you can go for 2 for tops or 10s.
10 scored,
A double 16. Not happy with that one. Resets, regrips.
Game shot in the first leg.
Good reaction there.
Thibault Tricole.
It's a hold of throw. And that sort of 180 really bailed him out there. He started with 9 darts without the treble. Hit that 180 and it turned it for him, got him back into that one and takes the opening leg.
Well, it was still only an 18 darter, wasn't it? Out with a 180 in the leg.
60.
And even with that 180, Davy was in a good position to pounce.
It's interesting you say like only an 18 darter. An 18 darter is the 83 average. The 83 average is better than anything we've seen from him for the last 7 games. Which,
yeah, more often than not, his legs are 1 in 7 or more visits.
Which doesn't strike me as a 2 to 5 favourite against anybody. We know he's got that ceiling in him. He did make the final of the WDF World Championship, so You could make
But
this all
again,
look...
during that week, we never seen any real big
34.
numbers, did we?
Sat nicely in the bed, that, just to come underneath. You sort of feel when he's on form, when he's
85.
playing well and feeling good, that is a 140, 180.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's battling his own demons, and those demons, of course, of
45.
not picking up a win, but I think his best opportunity is here and now.
$43. $100.
Good last start from Tricole. Didn't look like there was a lot of room in there, and just sort of David Beckham'd it round the side.
90.
What a legend he was. Oh, what a legend he is.
$100. Davy, you require 140. $40. Thibault, you require 82.
To double his lead.
42. Davy, you
was a
require
quickie.
100.
Look out for the tops.
Last time he was on this, it looked like he threw at tops with the opening dart. You won't need to do that here. He needs to do it with the finishing dart.
60.
Look how much that dart
Thibault, you
was sat
require
up, though.
40.
It was a horrendous lie on the board.
8.
When we was
No,
going
I
over
wouldn't be
this,
Davy,
having
you
20
require
pence
40.
on that as a 2 to 5 shot.
when we was going over it, we was talking about the mistakes that Tricole's made. He's
Game
missed some
shot
big
on the
numbers. He
second
hit
leg.
that double 10 like
Davy
Davy Proosten
Proosten.
has there. When he was going for a single and actually bust his score yesterday, trying to break down the 14.
Yeah.
There
Feel
was
like it's
just something
Thibault
at
to
the
throw
moment not
first.
Well, he hit
comfortable.
double 10, didn't he? Yeah.
did, and he bust a 14. Just going at a big 10 or a
60.
6. It weren't just a single number, he had a double
and-
single number.
Exactly. He had that. I always advise people just to go at that wire that separates the two
60.
targets. You've got a massive area to aim at.
I don't think anyone who's averaging 81 over 2 days should ever be.
140.
We're making 2 to 5 to beat me. But there you go. This could all come back to haunt me. Probably will.
56.
Couple of weeks, isn't it now?
Yeah. Just beginning to get a bit twitchy. I'm having a throw of it this afternoon on the stage. Just trying to get used to the environment a little bit.
140.
It's been a while. It's been a while, mate. Under the lights.
$140. Thibault
Interesting practice room as well that you'll be
161.
a part of.
Just got a lovely picture from Andy Jenkins enjoying his last day in
97.
Gran Canaria. He's also involved in that week 12 on the Thursday and Friday with Nico. Yeah, someone just in my
77.
ear whispered
Thibault
it's
requires 64.
Pavarotti-esque. I'm not about the voice.
56.
Again, there, that would not have been a dart of the double 16. That was a slip into the double 16. Just throwing a few wild darts.
81.
We'll be
Thibault, you
hoping to
require
get
8.
this double 4 wrapped up.
Game shot in the
Does.
third
That's
leg.
a hold a throw.
Thibault
16
Tricole.
darter.
Much better leg. Much better leg.
Just concerning.
Fourth leg,
though,
it's
that
Davy
he's
to
hitting
throw
these wild
first.
darts.
Game on.
It's erratic, isn't it?
Davy appears to be going through different speeds again.
134.
Settled. I think it's probably been the story of his week so far. I suppose it's the story of both of these weeks so far. Just not really settling in,
82.
not finding the best. Suppose if you don't find it early, you go looking for it.
125.
Better darts from Davy. 134, 125. Half a leg done in
96.
6 darts. Uses the lie there.
140.
Uses it twice, we said. That dart sort of sits nicely at that angle, and when you get a bit of rhythm going, you expect him to hit underneath those. Average is climbing.
99. Davy, 102.
Just shy of an 84 here. Tricole, bang on the money for where we'd expect him to be.
26.
And again, those sort of setup shots just letting Davy down there. Might only be restricted to 1 dart at the double.
180. Davy, requires 76.
Great pressure.
Might not even get a dart at a double. Great recovery.
Game shot.
Perfect recovery. The
Davy
180 from
Proosten.
Tricole was amazing pressure. Davy put himself in a bit of bother. Set himself up on the 76. Would have wanted a lot better than that.
So
Hit the
gives
5
Thibault
with the
to
first
throw
dart and then a superb recovery. Getting the treble and then in the double. This one is starting to warm up a little bit. Tricole's warming up a little bit.
140.
Warming up a lot.
Well, he's finding his best performance thus far. By the looks of things, he's averaging
100.
over 87. His high so far is 84. To the 140.
99.
89 now with the 99. Wonder why that's happening.
81.
17.
But I'm not going to send him a direct message, you know, because we lost 50 pence. Hurling abuse at him.
50.
There's an opening to get back in the leg. At least a ton would, or 1 treble.
80.
Well, that was minimum, really. Still 28 adrift.
100.
Tidy leg. There's a handy finish after 12. The 112. We need the 1 treble.
Well, we all like the 112, doesn't it? It gives you plenty of options.
80. Team, you record 112.
108, them sort of shots,
Yeah.
nice.
Lovely.
Ooh.
Not when you do that.
When
72.
things
Davy
aren't going
require
right,
160.
these are the sort of shots that just come out of nowhere. Not this time, it won't.
60. Team, you require 40.
Tops for Thibault. Hold his throw
Game
again,
shot in the
and that's what
fifth
he
leg.
does. It's a 3-2
Thibault
lead.
Tricole.
It's a 16 darter, which is what he held his throw in last time, which is that 6 visit bracket, which at the moment
So
Davy's
against
not
Davy
got
to
an
throw
answer for.
first. Game on.
When it comes to breaking the throw, he needs to be 5 visits down. He's going to get that break.
Yeah, he's going to need to find
99.
not a massive improvement. Just an improvement.
60.
This is an improvement in performance from Tricole.
Oh, huge.
The 180 column is what he had
125.
yesterday and the whole day.
Yep.
An 84, the best average he found yesterday and today combined.
139.
Now sat, well, we'll call it an 89.
Yeah. 88.94.
40.
The pressure just getting to Davy. He's at the point of no return, of course. And Thibault Tricole just needs the 1 leg.
84.
Davy needs this one and a breaker throw in the next one. It's an uphill battle. Great
100.
last start.
100. Davy
Really good second dart there, one coming
137.
round. Probably been an argument to switch on the last. He's going to get a shot here at the 118.
62. Thibault, you record 118.
Davy. A story of both these players, really, just making a little bit of a mess at the back end of legs like that.
Yep, the important part of the leg. Treble 19.
40.
Would have left tops.
Davy requires 75.
Gotta go.
18. For tops.
55.
Offers Thibault the
Thibault, you require
opportunity for the match.
78.
78. Should be guaranteeing himself a dart at a double if he can keep things straight. He's going to get 2. It's a long way off.
72.
It's a big adjustment over. He's come inside.
Davy required
That's
20.
6. We've seen him down there a few times actually this week. We'll see him again.
Game shot
No,
the sick flag.
Is the answer, because
Davy
Davy takes it
Proosten.
out. Last start in hand takes us to a deciding leg. 3-all. Tricole to throw first.
7th and final leg is
This is
Thibault to
just
throw
further
first.
evidence that that 2-5 was way off the mark.
Yep. Yep, that justifies
96.
our call after crunching the numbers. There was just no way that those stats added up to a player
100.
being a 2-5 favourite to win the game. Irrelevant of what happens now.
Saying football a lot, the league table never lies. That league table did.
Yeah, yeah, that's
140.
a superb analogy and spot on.
100.
This is good from both here. Tricole loses this, you can pretty much
95.
write him out of Group A contention. So it's a vital game, or vital leg for Tricole, and Davy is finding.
140. Thibault, you
This
record
is good, both on the
170.
finish after 9. But this is where it tends to get a little bit messy.
140. Davy
for
record
Tricole.
161.
Oh, this would be Lionel. This would be Lionel.
136.
What a way that would have been to get your first win of the week.
Thibault, you
Just
require
missing
30.
the ball for the big fish and his first win,
Game shot
Well,
on the match.
as has always
Thibault
been the
Tricole.
case. Thibault Tricole just edging the wins, but that's his first proper average. And 90.13, 83.15 for Davy, and Davy getting a match dart at the ball on 170. Well, when we come back, Gavin Carlin back in action up against table topping Lukas Wenig.
And so it was terrific from Thibault as Tricole got the 2 points in defeating Davy Proosten by 4 legs to 3 here at the MODUS Super Series. And this is how he did it, with an average of 90.13, 2 maximums, 4 from 11 on the doubles, and a high out of 42. The highest out of the match actually belonged to Proosten, 76, and he'll wonder how he hasn't got his first victory yet of the group. That was probably his best chance to do so when you consider the position he was in that match. But it's victory for Tricole, and as we have a look now at the league table, despite his start to the day, he is bang in the mix still to try and win this group. If you be honest, 5 and 6 can now realistically still book their place into Saturday night's final. Wenig, of course, on 12 points at the top of the table following 8 matches, so we are halfway through this Group A. Franz Roetzsch and Scott Baker are both on 10 points. Gavin Carlin, Thibault Tricole on 8, as you can see. Lukas Wenig can then move himself onto 14 points with victory in this match against Gavin Carlin. Let's head up to the commentary box and join our magnificent duo of Matt Edgar and first, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And yeah, this is a fascinating tie-mat. They go 5 to 6 each of 2. Lukas won this tie yesterday, 4-0. I'm struggling to see where they believe this one's a pick 'em.
Yeah, it's quite a comfortable victory as well, really, wasn't it, yesterday? Gavin only getting himself 3 darts at the double in that entire game.
Okay, first, like it's Gavin
it wasn't
to
like
throw
it was
first. Game on.
an inflated result due to missed doubles and nothing I can see statistically. I must be missing something.
I think sometimes when you look
100.
into the deepness of the players past, I think with this one, they probably looked at it and gone, Gavin's ex-tour card holder, that's a feat Lukas has not yet achieved. So
100.
I think that just gives him that little bit of kudos, that little bit of extra respect with the bookies. Just make him question.
But he's top of the table and by some margin.
135.
Well, how many defeats is there for just the 2, isn't it?
Yep. He lost the opening game
100.
and he lost the last one. Got Baker beat him in the last game 4-2.
We picked that one, didn't we?
135.
But again, that was based on the closeness of their combined data.
125. Gavin, you record 131. 57. 26.
4.
Gavin, you require 74.
With time on his hands here. Lukas on the triple bull.
On the Whitlock.
34.
Well, we've talked a lot about darts from yesteryear.
Because you require 150.
Did you ever see the... Well, I know you would have done the 6 consecutive balls by... Oh, hello. Double 18.
Game shot the first
what
leg.
a finish
Lukas
that
Wenig.
is from Lukas Wenig. A 15-dart breaker throw. Yeah, it was in the Flowers darts.
Second leg is Lukas to throw
darts
first.
athlon at Redwood Lodge. They were playing a game of half it, and Eric went up, bull, bull, bull. And John Lowe come behind him and went, bull, bull, bull.
140.
That's when they were little baby bulls as well.
41.
The Yorkshire board, that was a that was a tiny ball.
And the old log end, wasn't it? On that one, there's actually no 25, and they call it Little Audrey, and it's the tiniest
140.
I suppose you've seen some strange things, like when we look at like the setups here and the boards we get to use now, like some of the setups you've probably seen. In the past.
Yeah, the 510 board, and let's say the Yorkshire board.
I remember I came into a venue once, and I was on the way to a tournament, think it was going to like the Lincoln Open or something like that.
140.
And we've stopped at this little bar on this A road, and we've gone in. There's a dartboard, literally like, but low on the wall. Well, I think
54.
your board's at the
Look, you
wrong
require
height, mate. And he comes
81.
out, he lifts up like a trap door, and you have to go down these steps to stand in like a little hole in the floor, and then throw at the board on the wall, because where the beams was.
65.
It's too low.
Yeah.
Well, in Yorkshire, it's quite traditionally for the boards to the low ceiling type pins that they would have had then. And you will notice you're probably a little
80.
bit too young.
Lucas, you require
But
16.
A lot of the throwers up there are very flat, almost Taylor-esque throws, because you couldn't really afford to have that big arcing throw because you'd have been
8.
buried in one of the beams going across or hitting the ceiling. But yeah, there's an amazing array of different types of boards just in and around London, which of course was the hub for darts originally because
45.
of
Lucas,
all
you
the
require
import, because
8.
everything came through the Thames back then.
Games on the second leg.
Oh, this
Lucas
is a
Wenig.
wonderful start from Wenig. 15 darter with the 150 in leg 1 and a 16 dart hold in
Filling
leg
it's Gavin
2.
to throw first. Game on.
A chasm between the averages and the stats. 96.97 for
44.
Lucas, 72. And dropping for Gavin.
Yeah, he's now 8-1 on Lukas Wenig to win the match.
41.
5-1. Gavin.
You'd say you liked that price, and
Yeah, I just couldn't. Looking at every
140.
bit of raw data we've got just from a day and a half. There was just nothing in there that made me feel that this would be even a close match.
135.
head to head, they've now played 6 competitive legs this week. Gavin's only managed 4 darts at a double.
140.
And not hit any of them. This is better.
$58.
This is a leg, of course, Lucas won't be too concerned about because the breaker throw he needed, he got the very first opportunity in leg 1.
97.
Gavin should get more darts at the double here. Will.
For sure.
125. Gavin, you require 80.
It was
60.
an interesting
Lucas,
tell
you require
though from Lucas. Before he threw
142.
those darts, he had a little bit of a stretch at the back of the stage and then went up and did that very wild dart. That's not a wild one. That's a perfect one. Nearly followed the
122.
142 finish
Gavin,
in
you
there. He did a
require
150
20.
in the opening leg. Gavin needs this to go.
Well, he's got pressure on it now as well, hasn't he? Of
Games
course.
on the
Oh, that's a
third
great
leg.
dart.
Gavin
Because he
Carlin.
was under it to find the double 5, and it's not the nicest double in the world. It's a 17 dart hold, and he'll feel
Look, it's Lucas to throw
like
first.
he's now in the match.
I mentioned that thing about the stretch at the back of the stage. I talked about Franz and managing a day. This is
140.
now game 9 that he has played in just over 24 hours. That's why this Super Series is hard.
85.
You've got quality opposition, thick and fast, constant. A lot of darts, and it's not just the darts you're seeing here.
60.
It's the darts that need to be put in the preparation. About an hour and a half, 2 hours before play starts, the players will be arriving to start the preparations and get some practice in. Then they'll be practicing in between games, just having that tick over, not letting the arm go stiff.
135.
Yeah, going back to the dart boards, of course, I mentioned the London Fives board, which was actually called the Ipswich board, Yorkshire board. Then you
100.
had the Lincoln board, which maybe you would have come across going to the Lincolnshire Open. Log End board, of course. The
100.
Irish Black dart board, which is very similar to a Log End.
100. Lucas, you require
There was the
66.
Kent board, which I mentioned. There was a random one the Grimsby, which had 28 different door. Now that's a perfect thing me and you could do, is try and get every dartboard there is and have a leg against each other on each of them. Playing with the varying rules, because obviously the rules on the log end are different because the numbers in the different places.
Yeah, I've not.
If they get Gavin to throw first.
I've come across the Grimsby before.
Game on.
28 different scoring segments, and of course the quadro board, which I played on, which I'm sure you've had a throw on.
I've never thrown on it. I've seen it, but I've not had a chance to.
123.
Well, if you've got any of these boards, then get in touch with Matt Edgar on his Twitter.
140.
And we'll try and do that for Edgar TV. Have a leg of darts on every board
43.
that was ever done in the UK. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, that'd be.
Because there's only a couple of them I've actually ever played on myself. London Fives board I played on, and the log end. I did an exhibition on the log end, which was amazing, up in Manchester. Paul Whitworth, a player I'm sure you know, is very, very good on the log end.
140.
And the quadro. I actually played on the quadro. I qualified for that tournament on TV. Sure, it was up at Donny Dome.
60.
And I came through a massive field of qualifiers. Actually beat Eric Bristow en route, bless him. And they did the draw, and it was the top 15 in the WDC as it was then. And one qualifier. Mason gets Taylor. Lovely, thanks. Tommy Cox used to love me, I'm sure.
Donny Dome. That's
137.
home vibes from me, from Doncaster
Gavin,
myself.
137.
Yes, it's where KP won the Players' Champs.
Yes.
Stops to stay alive. Oh, beauty. Another one of those. Oh,
99.
Just caught the dart.
Lucas, you require 24.
Pushed it in to double one. To wrap up, an absolute blinder from Lukas Wenig. Friend or foe? Oh, he needs to come left. He needs to aim at the bottom of the segment.
No score.
Well, 3 match darts for 4-1.
You require 38.
I feel the shot from Gavin beforehand was a bit distracting to him. Don't think he expected him to come close, and he did, and you could see the reaction even coming to the board. It was like
30.
he was thinking of that shot.
And we've all been guilty of that.
24.
It's another go, though, to wrap this up. He'd do this earlier on.
21.
13 match darts he missed in that one after being 100% in the first 3 legs. And he's repeating that feat here. He's starting to miss match darts. That's 6 in this leg.
It was 3 from 8 going into this.
Games on the
Scott
5th
Baker
leg.
yesterday when
Gavin
Scott
Carlin.
Baker kept him alive. He came back from 3-0 down to win 4-3. So we know he's got to come back in the locker. And the longer he stays alive and in this game, the more he can punish.
Well, the more he can plant the seed of doubt into Lucas, but he's built slightly different. And well, an example of that is kicking off
140.
his 6th leg with a 140 backed up by Gavin Carlin superbly.
You look at the checkouts here, 3 from 14 on Lucas, but we just saw the average there, shy under 96. That's because of the power scoring. 8 140s, 9 ton pluses. The 140 column, 8 is double of Gavin. Gavin's only got 4 in that column so far, so he's absolutely outscoring him, giving him that.
Well, nearly, it was 17 to 10, so nearly twice as many scores of
60.
Well, ton plus. Hence, he's had so many opportunities at doubles.
But that is what has come and gone. That is the past. And right now, Gavin is still alive.
And he's on course to break throw here, and he will throw in the deciding leg. And like I said, so often the bookies get it completely wrong and somehow get it right. That's why they've got a Bentley and I've got a BMX. It's 25 scored. It's not a nice lie, is it? Everything's sort of blocked in.
25.
That was always the danger.
Lucas, you require 160.
Took out a 150. Just missed the 142. Won't be adding 160 to that column yet. Gavin.
60.
2 from 9 on his doubles
You
in this
require
game.
120.
Might get a dart here. Should get a dart here. Doesn't get a dart here. It did stick up. I felt he had to move and he didn't.
Yeah, I would have taken a route left or a route right and just popped one
80.
over that treble
Lucas,
20.
you require
I
100.
feel like he would have done that if he got the single.
Yep.
And I think it was just a bit of idleness not moving there and could be punished for this. Lucas has been missing match
Game
darts but
shot
doesn't
on
miss
the
them
match.
anymore. He gets two
Lukas
more points
Wenig.
on the board. Good performance there from Lucas. He solid in the 140s columns. The ton pluses, 18 ton plus shots in that game in total. The 150 finish was the real highlight. A ton finish to win the game as well. 2 100 plus checkouts there. Really good, solid performance from our table topper. And another 2 points on the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where it is yet another win for Lukas Wenig. Chris Mason joins me up here on the gantry, and let's have a look at the stats from that game. And Chris, a 92 average despite missing 12 darts at double.
Yeah, he's had a bit of double trouble today. He took out a fabulous 150 from nowhere that sort of set the tone of the match, but he has been missing doubles, but still punching in some big numbers. I mean, they went 5 to 6 each of 2 in this one. And myself and Matt flagged up, as we have done. We've picked out some beauties, a couple of 11 to 8s today as well, and a couple of even money shots. And that was one of those, we just couldn't make a case for Gavin to win that match when, you know, you dive as deep as you can in terms of the numbers. So, yeah, another great win for Lucas. Pool's clear again at the top of the table. He looks the man to beat. If he gets his double in along with that scoring, I can only see one winner of this Group A.
I was going to mention how in control Lukas is as we have a look now at the league table following 10 games of our day. A 4-point lead. Franz Roetzsch can bring that back to within 2 with victory. So can Scott Baker. But it's the legs difference bracket, isn't it? It's perhaps the most important at this present moment in time.
Yeah, well, I always sort of look at it, and if they're around as many legs difference as they are points, they're doing something right. And you know, both himself and Franz are around that, where Baker, he's had a couple of big defeats, lost 4-0 yesterday, of course. This is a big, big game for both himself and Thibault Tricole. You think Thibault would be out of it in terms of winning this group with a defeat here, where Baker would move to just 2 points behind, 1 win. And, of course, they will have to play each other. Yeah, it's really hotting up. I love this group from start to finish, and there's no reason to change my mind now.
And so by that token, does that rule out Gavin for you?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, and again, that leg difference is going to come into play at some point. And they're chasing Lukas down, and if he's going to need a big win here, but easier said than done against Thibault.
Exactly that. Thibault knows how to get over the line. This year's Lakeside World finalist. Chris is going to race his way back down to the commentary box where he's going to join Matt Edgar.
Scott Baker was flagged up at the start of the day by Chris Mason as the player he expects to see make a move and go up towards the top of the table, and that's exactly what he's done. It's 3 from 3 in the wins column from Scott Baker so far. He kicked off his day against Franz with an 84.54 average, 4-1 victory in that one. Followed that up with a 4-2 victory over Gavin Carlin, 97.86 the average there, and then that big win in the last game against Lukas Wenig, the table topper. 4-2 the victory in that one, 85.65, giving him his hat-trick of wins. That last win, though, against Lukas Wenig was the big one. Reeled him back into the chasing pack, gave him double points in the legs column. So Lukas was running away with it at legs at the time, so those 2 legs gave Scott 2 legs advantage and took 2 off of Lukas. So all eyes really are on Scott Baker here to see if he can keep this run going and make it 4 from 4.
And I think the odds have reacted to that win you mentioned. He's 8 to 15 to win this one, 80. Baker. What was he this morning?
He was 4 to 5 this morning. So
wow, that's a real big move.
Big reaction there. Shows where the money's been going in this one.
Yeah, rightly so for me. I think he is the right favourite for this one on this occasion. Like I say, it's reactive from the punchers. They've seen that price and thought, oof, that's too big.
And very fair. I think even 8 to 15 is potentially a bit big. When we look at what we've seen from Tricole, yes, we saw a much improved performance from him in the last game at that 90 mark. With
60.
Still
very
64. Erratic with some of these darts, throwing in sections he's not intending.
Well, you made a great point.
121.
His points accumulated are flattering in terms of the performance of play.
32
97.
Baker.
Got you required 32.
To hold the throw.
Game shot in the first leg. Scott Baker.
It's the first leg on the board. We'll need 4. He's going to get the 2 points here. We'll be hoping
second
that
leg is
Tricole
Thibault
doesn't
to
get
throw
too many, because legs are becoming a talking point. They're becoming a factor as we're getting towards the
140
back end of this round of fixtures. Legs are going to become big, and especially when Wenig has so many on the board. Could do we a 4-1, 4-0 somewhere?
Well, I had a little message off a really good pal of mine. It was Daz Lee and David Howe. Eventually, I went up to
59.
Manchester to see where I had my first look at the log end. And well, he's nicknamed the Duck. A good pal of Ricky Atten's. You would have, if you'd have seen boxing back in that era, you'd have seen the Duck around a lot.
140.
Played a bit of pairs together, and he was actually the 92 champ on the log end up round there. Ricky Atten himself, a very good dart player. But all the best, Duck, Hope you're well, pal.
28. Thibault, you're recording 60.
Well, to get a leg back. Oh, again, that erratic nature.
Game show on the second leg.
Of Thibault Tricole. Evident there. That was a flyer going for a single 20.
It's cost him sometimes. It hasn't cost him there. He's got himself out with a hole there. But when we go and we look at these different areas and things, I've got an interesting tweet come through here from
60.
Sports Performance Analysis, who has said, what about an equal darts competition like the old CIU National Singles? Equal darts was a strange old game, wasn't it? Like, so if your opponent goes out in 3 darts and you're on the finish, you'd still get the opportunity to come back with those 3 darts. Or you might end up throwing 1 dart at a double.
I played in some in the early days of the PDC. We played equal darts. I want to say it was on the Quadro board, but I'm sure someone will tweet you and confirm that, but I'm pretty sure it was equal darts.
I remember actually played
174. It's got your
to the board sometimes. You'll want 32 points and you've got 1 dart.
Yeah, well, the strange ones was when you wanted 50, and to win the leg, you could go for the ball or pick your favourite double and just get 1 dart at it. It was it was fairly entertaining. You had to be switched on. But no doubt someone is listening who will remember the equal darts tournament. My mind is a blank.
36. Scott, you require 52.
12 for tops or 20 double 16. Tops it is. Double 10.
32. Thibault, you require 32.
Is it Baker's turn to miss doubles? It looks that way. Just 1 from 5, and he's going against the grain.
Thibault Tricole.
Tricole breaks throw, the first breaker throw in the match. Leads 2-1. Yeah, shake of the head from Baker.
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
That's one that's got away.
Game on.
It's going against the grain, but what it is doing, it's going with that form line you said we see from Tricole that goes on an upwards trajectory around the midway point.
Yep, and it has done that. He had his best average last time out.
92.
And he's raising his game again here, currently averaging 94.4, which is 10 points over his highest average of the day yesterday. But it was a pattern that I noticed every time he came in on the Monday down in Southampton. I think that's why it's good that we do dig as deep as we can find in the data.
And
123
about the trouble he had travelling over before, and that caused him problems. You mentioned at the start of the show in the preview as well that he had a couple of problems getting here as well. Is there now an argument where we could say if it's affecting his performance that much on the opening day that he's not getting his preparation right and needs to do something there?
Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, if he misses out on winning this table by 1 or 2 defeats, and they came on the back of poor preparation, then absolutely come over on the Saturday. You know, they're not playing for peanuts. They're
quite 51.
This is big money. Potentially £5,000 this week.
Game show
place in Champions Week where you can walk away with 20. You know, it's 25 grand on offer. That's what he got for. I don't even think he got that for runner-up in the Worlds, did he?
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
No, I don't think he did. When you and it's one of those things. Like as a player, you want to do everything you can, and if you're just not good enough, or it doesn't happen for you, or you lose the game, you don't want to go back with regret
of something that you're in control of. It's a little bit different if you're involved in a match where you just get outplayed in every department. Fine, you hands up Cadbury's, you walk away and go, right, I need to be better. But when it's self-inflicted, and I speak from vast experience of never going to bed and turning up at events a little bit worse for wear,
41.
It is all down to the individual to make sure you give yourself literally every chance.
And you just have those regrets, don't you? The what ifs.
Well, I got to live, you know, ultimately I have to live with them for the rest of my life, you know, and
65.
a few years ago, it affected me massively because it was something that I always thought, well, one day when I grow up, when I'm in my 40s,
137.
I'll still get another opportunity, but alas, time goes by and
140. Thibault require 24.
End up thinking for the rest of your life, what if?
We're all guilty of tomorrow, aren't we?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yeah,
Thibault Tricole.
That's exactly what it was, and that's a 3rd consecutive break of throw.
Super leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
3-2, and Thibault has the darts. This has been a really good performance. 93.04 the average. He raised his game last time out.
140.
That trend continues here.
180.
Should I go to Q school? Should I do this? Should I go play cash? Should I play Super League? Should I? Yes.
Yeah.
85.
If that's what you want to be, or even if you just, I've come across loads of people that just love to play darts, and absolutely playing everything you can. If it's your hobby and you love doing it,
58.
Play and enjoy it. Play with a smile on your face.
100.
This has been a great response from Baker. One of my favourite stories is the Aaron Beanie story. I think it's absolutely incredible. It's a real feel-good story, and it's something that plenty of players can aspire to do.
79.
After years of trying to get his tour card, he eventually got it, and who's laughing? He spent 2 years on the tour living his dream.
Scott, you require 42.
He did, and obviously good friends with Aaron, and he really enjoyed that experience that time. He actually got a win over Going Price as well.
Yep.
When he was the world champion, so...
Thibault requires 66.
Could be game over for Scott Baker. 66. Thibault should get a dart. Say should, because he's been a bit
46.
wild on those.
Scott, you require 32.
Baker to extend this and take us all the way.
Game
he does go all the way, and he will have the throw in that deciding leg. 2 points for Scott here would be vital, really, when you look at his hopes of trying to win Group A.
Scott to throw first.
Huge leg coming in.
Game on.
Yeah, Aaron was mocked and laughed at, but by those that never had the application, guts, courage. He's a fireman as well, isn't he? And
prison officer.
Prison officer. You look at that and you think, my goodness, that guy's got some serious stones to just keep going, and I think it's great. I'd rather give me 10 of those than 10 people that sit around on the internet and just abusing, and they've never been there, never tried to be there, because they don't have any ability and no life, which is why they become obsessed with others.
140.
You can almost see the reaction from Tricole after the 140. And Baker, it was almost waving a white flag, wasn't it?
60.
I think if he had a hand towel, it would have been hitting Scott Baker on the back of the head there.
Although, another treble.
100. Scott, you record 120.
Oh, it's now who holds it together best.
Was that reaction from Thibault, because he thinks this game is must win, and he thinks if he doesn't do this win now, he cannot win Group A.
Yeah, I think he and the position he's been in this game, 20. He's pretty much dominated, hasn't he? Dear Baker.
No score.
Never attacked the double once, Matt.
Definitely worried about coming inside and chasing it round.
This is what Thibault does. He knows how to steal one.
Game shot
And
on
he's
the
stolen
match.
another.
Thibault Tricole.
The warning signs were there, and it was 3 match starts, and Thibault Tricole has made that his own over the course of a day and 3/4 so far. Disappointment for Baker. A good average again from Thibault Tricole. That upward trajectory myself and Matt have spoken about was evident there. When we come back, it is Franz against Davy.
Formidable. What a game that was, and what a victory that was for Thibault Tricole. And what a way to finish it off, a ton finish on tops to seal it against Scott Baker. Let's have a look at the stats from that particular match. An 89.41 average for Tricole. He's now getting himself towards that 90 range in terms of the averages. 50% checkout ratio, the high out, of course, that brilliant ton we saw in the last day. For Scott Baker, 85.5, hitting the game's solitary maximum, but it was that 3 from 14 on the doubles, which did for him in the end. Let's see what impact then that result has had on our league standings following game 11 of 15 on day 2 here in Group A. Lukas Wenig has a 4-point lead at the top of the table, and 2 of his closest rivals now are on 10 points. Baker dropping points, Tricole getting into double digits. The big one, though, for Wenig will be this one, because Franz Roetzsch is in action. He's up against Davy Proosten, looking still to get that opening victory of the group. Can he do it here? Let's find out in the company of Matt Edgar and first, Chris Mason.
Merci, Henry. I think that was French anyway. Yeah, this is a real big game. And again, it's hard to make a case for Davy. It's slightly different when he was facing the likes of Thibault Tricole, who was not quite hitting the heights we've seen in the last couple of matches. But Franz here knows if he wants to stay in touch with Lukas, he's got to win this one, and big.
Davy will be hoping he says bonjour to the points. That's the only French I know, so I had to try and get it in there somehow so I could join in the joining the
it's
fun.
France to throw first.
But yes, when we look at the table,
Game on.
you sort of feel that actually, if Davy can pull what would now be an upset, that this will make Lukas Wenig a very happy camper. He'll go 4 points clear after this round of fixtures. And the games are now starting to run out. We're counting down rather than up.
Yeah, correct.
85.
I mean, it worked out lovely in the last one, of course. Scott Baker losing to Thibault because Baker would have moved to just one win
60.
away from Lukas. And of course, Lukas and Franz will be playing in our penultimate match. The completion of this one, all the
42.
players have 3 more to play on day 2. So they've all got 1 apiece. But it sets it up for a wonderful finale to Group A tomorrow. We're back at 9:30 a.m. Sporty Stuff TV. Don't forget, if you watch via YouTube, MODUS Super Series.
45.
Get over there, subscribe now. We're live on there as well as our original online darts channel, but that will be coming to an end
60.
over the next couple of weeks. We don't want you missing out. And don't forget, follow us on our social medias to keep up with everything that is Super Series.
137.
Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. It is at MSS Darts, all one word. Lots of new content,
97.
swills and spills. Definitely going to be interactive, isn't it, Matt? We want to get you involved.
Yeah, we're answering
100.
questions and joining in the chat throughout the darts. What better thing to do when watching the darts than talk about the darts?
Yeah, if you got any questions, what is your
23.
Twitter handle, Matt?
192.
At the Edgar 501. Got it open in front of me at the moment, so I can see all your comments and questions coming through.
Yeah, if you ever got anything for us,
32.
we'll have to get ourselves a hashtag, Matt, won't we? Is that what it's called, yeah?
Yeah, we get hashtags going, yeah.
59. France requires 60.
For a hold, and a fairly comfortable hold at that.
Which was predicted in the odds and reflected in that all day at 9 o'clock this morning
40.
when I looked, because I like to look
Davy
early and then
require
see what the market moves are.
170.
Franz was 1-2 favourite at that point, but that has been eaten into the 170. Davy has gone out
98.
2-1 to win this game.
France
which in a
require
race to
20.
4 legs is a monster of a price.
Yep. Well,
Game
Franz
shot
won
the
this
first
tie
leg.
4-1 yesterday,
Franz Roetzsch.
and it was Davy's best performance of the day, 87.73.
Second leg, it's
up to
Davy
that
to
point.
throw first.
But
Game
it
on.
was Franz's best performance across the day, 99.20, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and had a high finish of 133.
45.
Only 45 instantly gives Franz an opportunity to eat into the
81.
throw of Davy.
Do have one tweet come through actually from Mark Marlowe. Says he's enjoying watching Thibault
85.
Tricole. He says that his attitude to the game and the smile on his face is quite infectious, and he's one of those players that do sort of just enjoy the game, aren't they? You don't see too much
85.
negative emotion from them. You don't sort of feel you're embroiled with a battle with him. He's easy on the eye.
Apart from in the last one against
96.
Scott Baker, where, like you say, if he would have had a white towel, he would have thrown it in. And he somehow managed to pinch it from Baker.
Just had a tweet here
100.
as well from Zach Thornton of Thornton Darts. Wants me to tell a story when Davy was on the table at the Challenge Tour in Germany. He bought these
60.
eggs, and they looked like chocolate eggs, but there was just normal eggs, just painted eggs. And I was trying to get to the grip, like, why have you painted the eggs? And he's like, oh, it's just decorative for children to make them eat eggs.
45.
And then there was a guy from Leicester called Jacob Selby Reavers, and I convinced him that there's chocolate eggs, and he was going to have a big bite of it with a shell and everything on, but his missus bailed him out late, and it ruined the moment. But the shirt, like the shirt he's got on now, it was like that, like really bright purple with slashes of colour through them.
140, Davy, 120.
Is it a Dutch thing?
I've not seen it before or since, actually, so...
100. French require 50.
Bit of a spoil sport. In fact, it was just an egg and not chocolate.
Bit of a spoiled sport of Jacob's girlfriend there to...
Yeah.
He could have had a mouthful of shell. Mouthful of oxygen here. For Franz taking a few deep breaths. Himself ready for tops.
Knows
the importance of that. Took his time.
Franz Roetzsch.
Delivered.
I like that. I like that. I don't not necessarily when there's a nice when you're in a rhythm
France to throw first.
And you pulls, but
game on.
He hit the big number to leave tops and just had a little moment to himself, and it worked. Having a little smile now, and no wonder he's 2-0 to the good. Has the darts to make it 3-0.
66.
And a big win here puts him right in the mix. He'll go on. Well, if he manages to win 4-0, he would be 1 win away from Lukas, and they've got to play 44. Each other. Maybe level with him on legs difference, wouldn't he? Plus 13.
That gets exciting, doesn't it? That'll be a
well,
good
it is
game.
For our penultimate match of the day.
Also just heard from Henry.
60.
Just dropped a message in to say...
Why didn't he just put his head round the door?
Is this Henry we're talking about?
Surprised he didn't send the butler.
Says it was 1993 on Anglia TV in Norwich, won by Mike Gregory. Equal darts competition on a regular board.
There you go. Well, I didn't play in that, that's for sure, but I've definitely played in a tournament where it was equal darts. I'll have to dig into the archives.
Was Henry even born in?
No.
43.
No. Not even thought about.
1992, famous for SummerSlam at Wembley Arena.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the World
121.
British Bulldog winning the Intercontinental Championship off Bret Hart.
Well, I remember both of them because they were on
180.
mainstream TV, of course, back then, weren't they?
'87, Davy, 149.
Yeah, 180 in the last one. That would have been welcome to the party, Davy.
133.
That's good. That's 5.
French require 82.
6.
92, of course, famous for the Mike Gregory-Phil Taylor final, wasn't it? Mike missed multiple darts. He's got to be one of those that's considered the best ever, never to win
62.
the Worlds, and he sadly passed away this year.
Davy requires 16.
Prayers with the family.
Game shot on the third leg.
She won the
Davy
Denmark Open
Proosten.
pairs with Mike Gregory. He used to play the Gold Cup pairs with my father and Super League and County. No, Mike, many a moon.
Full flag, it's Davy to throw first.
Another great player involved in the embassy that year. Well, I'm just having a quick look at the players involved. Let's have a look in the first round.
125.
Magnus Carus, he's still around now, isn't he? Martin Phillips, wonderful Welsh player. Jan Hoffman.
140.
I'm looking at all the old names and wondering where they are now.
Henry, not one of those old names. He said it's 7 years before he was born.
40.
Kevin Kenny, a wonderful player.
$60.
Larry Butler played in that World Championships in 1992, and of course a couple of years later won the World Match Play, didn't he, from absolutely nowhere.
First ever guy to lift a trophy.
60.
I was actually there. I won a competition in the darts world to win 2 tickets. And remember saying to
95.
Tommy Cox, who met me to give me my passes and congratulated me on my win. I had a hotel for the night in the Players' Hotel. Most of the players I knew anyway.
28.
And I said, oh, I'll be in this next year. And he went, yeah, of course you will, mate. It wasn't quite next year, but it was a couple of years later. I lost to my ITV colleague, Alan Warner, 10-8 in a tiebreaker, round 1.
Was it Warner or Rod Harrington who said a break's only a break if you hold? And
well, that's
kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, well, it was a tennis terminology originally, I do believe.
46.
Rod could well have claimed it to be his own. Yeah, it is. It's a very true statement, of course.
53.
Davy obviously got
Davy
the break
require
in
170.
leg, and then he's just
surrendered it. Although Franz still got a bit of work to do.
84.
And again, we go into that discussion: aggressive or play percentages. I mean, he looks like he's going aggressive. Now needs a double or a treble.
61.
Got both.
Davy require 86.
They're 18 darts, still wants 86. Could stay there. I like that. I'm a big fan of that play.
Davy
Proosten is what I think is the next evolution of the 68 finish, especially the way the dart stood up on the angle there. If you go for the inside wire, you're going to get the nice big fat 18. If you do get to go inside the wire, you get the shot of the double 16, which is what you was trying to set up in the first place.
Exactly. Your mindset is thinking about that 32. I've been doing that for years. I've had a fair bit of stick for it over the years as well when the double 18 goes. But I'm throwing a safe dart at double 18. I'm literally aiming in the double, but literally as close as I can get to that inside wire. So I've got a little bit of insurance there. I find the double, there's no chance I'm going to be outside because I'm not throwing that type of dart.
140.
Yeah, an expression from one of my favourite films was aim small, miss small.
Like that.
140.
Yeah, if you miss small there and find yourself in the 18, you still get the dart at the ball.
Exactly. You just throw it in a way that gives you a little bit of insurance.
$96.
Davy's waking into this game a little bit. We still don't know all the answers with Franz yet. We're still learning about him.
Yep. We are. Well, we both felt that maybe yesterday
135.
could have overperformed slightly in the most respectful way, but that's sort of being backed up with some of the numbers we've seen from him today. Obviously, a very good player.
99. Davy
but that performance
70.
yesterday comes with its own pressures today, because you've got to back them up. Well, this is massive for Davy.
A bit awkward. He's had to come right.
Franz require 80.
Franz has been finding this tops quite nicely. Don't need it. Tens.
60.
It was in the corner of the double 15. You can see the hole left.
Maybe require 20.
But again, yesterday, those were going in, Matt.
I don't know why he was disappointed with that. You could see from the reaction. That would have stayed in the board. He would have moved back to 80 again, but it doesn't matter. Davy has broke the throw.
So it's like Davy to throw first
now for the match, which would be an absolute coupon buster.
Yeah, well, we called Davy out a little bit earlier against Tricole, didn't we? And we fancied him to upset the odds on that occasion. He very nearly did. He was
78.
He had match darts, didn't he? And
he had a dart at the ball.
Had a dart at the, that's correct. Yeah, he had a dart at the ball and was ultimately just edged out. Well,
60.
Maybe this time he's going to get over the line. 3 out of 5 on the doubles, as you can see. That's what those numbers indicate.
140.
I mean, he's got a seasonal running average of 85, and he's not far off of that here at the moment. He is not going to keep losing. He has to win somewhere. It's impossible to keep losing when you're a player of that caliber.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point
47.
you're gonna get a bit of good fortune instead of a bit of bad luck.
You've only got to look at Tricole was on 6 points, playing nowhere near the standard that Davy's found so far. It's inevitable he's going to get a win somewhere.
Yeah.
And it looks at the moment that if you can keep this together, just find a couple of more reds or greens.
What did you say it was just before the off? 2 to 1?
2 to 1, and it says in a race to 4, in a 2-horse race with no win or draw, well, it's just win or lose, no draw as a factor. That is
100.
Very rare you'll see a price like that.
Yeah, we've had a couple of coupon busters today, haven't we?
77.
Last one was a coupon buster, wasn't it?
Well, he had 3 darts in his hand to win a game earlier on and
80. Davy requires
against
40.
Lukas Wenig. Now got 3 darts in his hand to become big friend of Lukas Wenig.
It's worked out for him so far.
Davy
and this match,
Proosten.
like the last match, has done the same. And Davy Proosten eventually picks up his first win of the day, an average of 80.2, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and just the 180. When we come back after the break, it will be Thibault Tricole against Gavin Carlin.
Davy Proosten as he gets his first victory here this week at the MODUS Super Series, and he may have caused some significant damage at the top of Group A as well in the circumstances as a consequence of that 4-2 win over Franz Roetzsch with an 80.2 average, getting the game's solitary maximum, and it's the 57.14% on the doubles, which is another crucial factor towards gaining that victory against the German. And this is what kind of impact it makes on the league table as we approach the final round of fixtures for the second day in the table. Lukas Wenig is top and now has a 4-point cushion following the 9th round of fixtures in this group. He could have that lead whittled down to 2 in our next match if Thibault Tricole can get victory against Gavin Carlin. Let's find out then what's going to go down as we begin our final round of matches. Let's head back to Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, our final cycle of matches. All the players have completed 4 games now. All have 1 more to play, and it is quite interesting. Myself and Matt looking at this one, and this is a big game for both to keep them in the mix. The next game after this one, Lukas Wenig against Franz Roetzsch, is massive, because a win for Lukas in that one, and it's pretty much done and dusted, isn't it?
Provided he doesn't do anything silly
and capitulate totally tomorrow.
As long as he stays near where he is, he doesn't have to find anything. He doesn't even have to stay where he is. He can come off the pace a little bit, because he's still got a little bit in hand over the field so far.
42.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fall into that trap of really trying to force the issue and find another level. Like you say, just get it done tomorrow. Well, get it done in the match, in match number 14, our penultimate game. And he does that. He wins that one. He pulls 6 clear. And it's hard to see him throwing that away from that position. But what makes it interesting for us? Remember, if you're watching us for the first time, the winner of this Group A goes straight through to Saturday night's final.
100.
Second and third go in to the 5-player field, which is Group B, Thursday and Friday night, and the top 3 from that go through. That's the reward of finishing second and third. 4, 5, and 6 go into Group C, which is a 6-player field, and it's only the top 2, so way tougher. So the bonus and
180.
the reward for finishing second and third potentially are massive, because that Group C has got Josh Payne in it.
I was just about to say, we've got 2 players from 6, but Josh Payne sat in there,
63.
which every single number, stat, anything will suggest Josh Payne's going to be one of those 2 players.
Yeah, it's hard to see him not
31.
doing the business. As Tricole misses the opportunity to hold, but will return for 32. This was a tight one yesterday, wasn't it? It went all the way. Tricole nicking it 4-3.
Game shot in the first leg. Thibault Tricole.
A bright start for the Frenchman.
Everything seems to have gone the way so far of Lukas Wenig. When he needs a result to go his way, it's happened. When he needs someone to miss a double against him, they miss. And when he needs to hit something, he hits it.
Is he on a date with destiny?
Well, if he is, that would suggest that Gavin Carlin is going to turn this around and take the victory here, because that will put the chasing pack all on 10 points.
95.
And give Lukas the opportunity to extend that lead to that 6-point buffer that we spoke about.
Not good for Thibault. Great for us tomorrow.
140.
I'm a big believer in destiny.
100.
You often hear at tournaments, don't you, people say that person's name's already on the trophy.
Yep, absolutely. You've got to look back
48.
at many world championships, the pinnacle of players dodging a bullet en route and everything falling into place.
58.
Very rare you'll win a big event like the World Championship without facing a moment where you just need something to go right. Someone missed something.
57.
Or, you know, we look back at Rob Gross, who had a very dominant performance at the World Championship when he won that, but he still had those 2 missed darts at the match by Michael Smith.
Yep.
96.
I won a couple of ranking events where, well, my first one where I only dropped 5 legs across the whole day. The England Open, I was pretty dominant, and a
140 to be 152.
couple of others where I was never really in any kind of trouble. But what was a what is now regarded as a Pro Tour, the UK Open qualifier. That used to be played across several pubs, and all the winners from all the pubs would then go to one venue, and we'd play off for a win.
Thibault requires 70.
And my goodness, did I dodge some bullets that day.
$54.
Wow, how was that gone
Gavin, you
around
require
that one?
40.
Even Thibault gave that one a look, but Carlin to hold.
Game shot on the second
Does
leg.
hold.
Gavin Carlin.
Before Thibault blew 2 darts at, well, I can't say blew them, they were right on the money.
So look, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Level game. Best of 7 becomes best of 5.
60.
Averages early on suggest that this is going to go all the way. Averages for the day suggest this is going to go all the way.
135.
They also suggest that there's going to be a moment where someone steals a march or gets given an opportunity, and
a missed double and a big finish on the ball.
$45.
Good to see
60.
Owen Binks, our referee. Good to see him on his feet after yesterday.
134.
just going back to yesterday, before this even started, I jumped onto my Twitter.
60.
I opened up a poll because as I was going through it, I thought, I don't know who's going to win this. I opened up a poll so people could go on and vote and give me an indication into the general vibe.
100.
And actually, Thibault took 50% of the vote to win this group. Lukas Wenig, 25.7%. Scott Baker, 14.2%. And because you can only on Twitter, you can only have 4 options. I put other as Gavin, Franz and Davy.
Game shot on the third leg. Gavin Carlin.
Oh, a break a throw for Gavin. That's interesting, and that can literally only be on the back of him reaching the final of the WDF Worlds.
Game on.
But that little, you mentioned it a matter of minutes ago. Well, if my philosophy is correct,
55.
or if our philosophy is correct, Gavin Carlin was going to come back and win the game. Well, guess what? He's got to break a throw, and he leads 2-1.
60.
I sort of feel that Lukas Wenig's got some crystals or some voodoo dolls or something. But just really sat there with his Thibault Tricole voodoo doll right now, just
putting a pin in the elbow of it.
You'll see him stretching in a moment.
100.
Just be careful here. We want to consolidate that break. I want to give Thibault the opportunity to get back in the match, because a hold here, and then he's given himself a little bit of a buffer.
140.
That's a great last start. Do not know how that's gone in there either. Forced-in.
Again, just looking at that vote and just adding together the Lukas Wenig and the Thibault Tricole votes, 75.7% of votes went to those 2 players alone.
Wowzers.
127.
It's been a good response, this, from Thibault. 60 ton, 140.
140. Timmy requires 74.
And that's a great visit of his own from Gavin. 20 and tops.
54.
Right then.
Gavin, you require 100.
Biggest moment of the match so far.
We re-quoted that quote earlier. Break's only a break if you hold. This is the chance to hold and confirm that break and move himself 1 away. The line's a bit awkward. Likely to go tops. Goes to the left-hand side
Game
with
shot
perfection.
On the 4th leg.
The dart was
Gavin
stood
Carlin.
up at an awkward angle. He had to come left. He had to go right into the corner and does.
Well, I think it's caught the flight of the previous dart.
Fifth leg, it's
It
Thibault
has.
to throw first.
And that sort of
Game
just
on.
skewed it in on an angle. Is it fate?
That's the beauty of those upright darts, isn't it? It can sort of carry it into the bed.
95.
Either that or, like we said, Lukas Wenig's crystals are really starting to work and come through.
Maybe he's got a dartboard on his lap with Gavin's copy darts and he's putting it in tops there with that final dart. And he kicks with a 180. Super stuff from the man from Derry.
41.
Lovely part of the world up there. I've done many a show in and around that part of the world in Northern Ireland.
25.
I think the switch there was to avoid the tradition of 180
26. Absolutely bottled it.
45.
See that a lot on exhibitions as well, don't you? The big 180-26.
100.
Make it out of it on a Thursday night.
55.
Right, here is a chance for Gavin to put some distance between himself and Thibault. Thibault not on a nice number. You take a ton here all day long. Come back for 96.
45.
Whack, whack, oops.
They put a bit of distance. He doesn't need much more distance. It's 151 points away from the game here. And Thibault, even if he gets another treble there, he's going to be on a big shot.
151.
So Gavin has essentially broke the darts in the scoring phase. Could wrap this up here with a 151. Once 91, that'll be treble 17.
88, yeah.
Long way off.
88. Oh, he's gone for treble 16.
111.
And gets it to
Thibault
leave
Lecointe,
top. So unless Thibault
170.
can take out the highest finish so far this week, there's one of them. Oh,
100. Gavin, you require
This
40.
is for the match. And again, to say the bookies have got this one wrong, which is something we don't say too often. It's all going against the odds at the moment. That's a long way off. Going to need to burn the dart here to set it off. He chooses the double 16, and again a long way off. And you could see him wiping his hands quite regularly there. Getting very sweaty palms.
yeah, he's just put too much into that and should have just tried to go on to autopilot. He gets another chance now. Just step
Gavin,
up, just like any other double, and just pop it in like you would at home in practice.
Game
And
shot
that
and
is
a match.
exactly
Gavin
what Gavin
Carlin.
Carlin has done, defying the odds and picking up yet another win. A good performance, 85-87, 1-180, 4-140s, 50% on the doubles. The highlight, that stunning ton finish, 20 tops. Up next, biggest game of the session. Lukas Wenig up against Franz Roetzsch.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where Gavin Carlin has ended his Tuesday with a 4-1 success over Thibault Tricole, which could have severely derailed the Frenchman's hopes of progressing through Group A. Let's have a look at the stats from that previous match. It was an 85.87 average for Carlin, one maximum apiece, but it was once again, how often do we say it here at the Super Series? It was the checkouts department which swung the result. 4 from 8 for Carlin, 1 from 8 for Tricole, and it is Carlin that picks up the 2 points. Let's see what that does then to our league standings, because Wenig on top on 14 points. Tricole could have gone to within 2 of our league leader with victory in that one. Carlin and Tricole got big work to do if they are to make their way through Group A tomorrow. Talking about big moments, talking about big games, we cannot undersell or underplay this one little bit. Lukas Wenig up against Franz Roetzsch in our next one. Wenig can go on to 16 points overnight if he can get victory in this one. Let's find out what's going to happen in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, huge game. And our final match of the session will be Davy Proosten against Scott Baker. Baker will be hoping, well, Franz can get a win here. He got a win against him yesterday. That was his only defeat, wasn't it, Lucas? He can do the double on him. We could end up with Lucas on 14, Franz on 12, and if Baker can beat Davy, he will also join Franz on 12, which will open it up for tomorrow. But
hey, first leg, it's Lucas to throw first.
Lucas can get a win over
Game on.
his German compatriot, then he is in pole position.
Say, Franz got this win yesterday, and that was the only defeat that Lucas had until earlier on this afternoon.
96.
But they've gone 2 completely different directions since that game. Lucas has just flown to the top of the table, and it's top of pretty much every stat we can give you.
125.
Franz has been indifferent. There's been really, really good moments, and you know, 2 defeats today, both with a 78 average, one against Scott Baker in his opening game.
94.
The last time out, the only guy so far to lose to Davy Proosten. That was a 4-2 defeat for him, so
43.
indifferent.
Just like I said, respectfully say it as well. Did he play above and beyond his ability yesterday?
140.
Did he overachieve? And is he playing more to the level he's at today? I would suggest a little bit of both.
44.
I think he's not had a great day today. I think he's better than what we've seen today. I think he had a very, very good day yesterday, where this man has been
123.
On par, hasn't he?
When you're looking at that European Q school in January, he's a name you expect to see very much at the top of that.
Yep.
87.
Either for
Because you require
automatic
48.
qualification or for going by the points tally.
I think what would do a player of
Game shot the
Lucas's
first.
inexperience
Lucas Wenig.
is to finish just outside, have a session where he's possibly going to be first reserve,
Second leg, it's France to
have
throw
another
first.
season on the Challenge Tour, have another sort of 3 or 4 goes down here in the Super Series, and just mix it up a bit, just play as much darts as possible and gain as much experience, because once you get that card and you spend 2 years, you need to go in there with your eyes wide open, because it is a seriously tough school.
That's the advice you'd get from a seasoned player. Someone who's been there and done
100.
that. The issue you've got, though, is everyone wants it yesterday.
Yeah, but not everybody's ready.
And everyone will feel that they're ready because they don't know what ready fully
92.
looks like. And if you could map it out for Lucas, yeah, that'd be the best option for him. This Super Series has changed the game of darts completely, and the processes and the ways in which you're going to go about things has completely turned on its head.
Well, there's nowhere else for the players to gain this kind of experience.
180.
You don't get invited into the Euro Tours. You have to come through tough qualification, which you know, can sometimes be
140. Lucas,
a bit of a minefield. So, yeah, I think it's tough. But having this
140
to use as a springboard and as a platform to
game shot in the second
gain that all-important experience under the lights against very similar leveled opposition.
Feel like it's Lucas that throws first.
Exposure. You are exposed in these events. Well, everything is under the microscope. We're sat here talking about every single dart you throw. The cameras are zooming
140.
in on every dart you throw. You're under the microscope. You're exposed.
Well, every other aspect of a job, you go through, you know, whether it
100.
Well, you just go through that process of learning your trade, don't you, in gradual steps.
43.
Or you tend to shadow someone who's been there before, who's there to guide you, where the people that tend to guide us are the people who are also trying to beat us.
Yeah,
100.
Yeah, that is where it's tough. It's like an apprenticeship, isn't it? You don't take a job up, and irrelevant how talented you may be or how much more advanced, you've got to go through the process.
123.
You've got to pass your exams, and you know, in most other sports, you come through those varying governing bodies
100.
You know, and eventually you then are let off the leash. I think with darts, because there is so many opportunities, and you can sometimes be guilty of running before you can walk. That's a beautiful setup.
Is that down to the fact that the opportunities wasn't there in darts? So it was
because you require 24
for the stars.
Yep, exactly. And back in my day, that was it. Right, let's just try and qualify for the Worlds.
Game shot on the third leg.
And once
Lukas
you've
Wenig
got there, and then you're trying to be a pro. I mean, I pretty much for the first 5 or 6 years of my life on the road, I was juggling
a
couple of jobs to try and finance my dreams. And you're coming up against a small group that are full-time professionals.
100.
Well, I can think of a good run of world #1s in darts that all had full-time jobs back in the day.
It's interesting, isn't it? We're trying to map out
140.
the journey here for Lucas and what he could potentially be doing. And the guy's throwing 112.53 average. That will compete on any stage.
Anywhere.
Anywhere on planet Earth.
And the surrounding areas.
$85.
Yeah, I'm just having a look over to his all-time stats. And he does have a recorded 108.60 average. So he has got the ability to see this through and give us a ton plus average for the week and end the day with a bit of a monster.
96.
Was that over a similar distance?
That was first to 6, so slightly longer.
Impressive.
93.
Got an opportunity here as well to tee up a breaker throw. Another one of them.
140.
That's literally perfect. He's forcing Franz to produce darts of the highest level.
100. Lucas, you require 40.
Even keep in touch. This is for 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
14. I have spoken
Lukas Wenig
at some length, Matt, that I hope the PDC are looking at this, and
fifth leg,
of course we fall under the
first.
DRA as well, so everything is done as it should be, like the PDC. That those players, I can understand them protecting their brand, and if you don't know, basically if you've got a tour card, you can't play anywhere else that's shown on television or stream as part of your contract.
55.
I think it's very hard for the new ones getting tour cards. They're good enough to get a tour card, but are they good enough to compete at that level? You know,
80.
Not specifically campaign. I've just had my opinion on it. I think it'd be nice that if they let players rank 65 to 128 to compete in this, just to give them an opportunity to, if they are pros,
41.
to earn some money, but more importantly, get some experience, some big-time experience under the lights, and prepare them for a career in the PDC.
60.
I think it's an answer that's never been given because it's a question that's never been posed. And now this poses the question because there's never been anything like this in darts before, and now this exists. It makes people ask themselves questions that never existed before. And I think we will see some change, maybe not right away, but sort of within the next 12 months or so.
My worry, if I was a Matt Porter or an Eddie Hearn, is players being interviewed are actually suggesting that, listen, maybe I don't want to get a full card. I want to be just on the outskirts so I can play in this and play Challenge Tour and get a reserve call up on the Pro Tour. Well, they're basically telling the PDC, look, we want to do this. We want to learn our trade, and we've got a great platform to do it.
144.
I did that interview myself last time I was here.
Yeah.
I did that. But the only thing was I said I didn't want to go to Q School to do that Challenge Tour route because it meant I'd be going to Q School with the intention of not winning.
Yeah.
And one thing I can't do is go into an event and con my supporters by not going to try and win. If I'm going to it, I can't not go in trying to win.
Yeah, but you're already an established player. You've played multiple World Championships and UK Opens, so for you it's slightly different. For a player just starting out, I think it's going to be an issue. 17 leaves the ball. Treble 17 leaves double 8. It's working it out.
He did this earlier on the 88. You went bull double 19.
Correct.
He's gone bull for double 17.
Now now on 81, I don't mind that route if you're on 221, because I can ultimately leave the double of my choice.
44.
It's interesting that when he leaves certain doubles, he'll split them. But yet he's trying to leave the 19s and the 17s.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Double 8 to wrap it up in double quick time.
34.
And that would have been to wrap it up with a 100+ average, our first of the Group A. If this goes in, he will have another chance to
30.
Wrap it up with a 100+ average with a sub-15 dart leg. But more importantly for Lukas, it's to establish a 6-point gap between himself and the field.
Game shot on the match.
He does exactly that with a very, very convincing performance, winning 4-1, 96.43 the average, his best of the session. 6 140s, 180, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Join us in a few moments for a final game of the session as Davy Proosten takes on Scott Baker.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the winning machine, that is Lukas Wenig, continues his scintillating form. And I'm happy to say he joins me up here on the balcony. You're making this look quite easy.
It's not so easy that it looks, but it feels good. And the day today was not so easy than yesterday, but it was okay.
How are you finding it here? How are you finding the conditions? Obviously, we're on a stage, but obviously behind closed doors for the first few days. How have you been adapting to that?
I think that's not a problem. It's a really nice experience, and it's so great to play on the stage, and yes.
Let's have a look then at your stats from your last game then. 96.43. For most of the match, it was actually over the 100. Overall, satisfied?
Yes, it was a great game. The first 4 legs was really good, and in the last leg, it's hard to play the last leg against a friend, and but 96 points are really good, and I enjoyed the game, and it was good.
It's certainly one that we enjoyed seeing, and now this is what it does to the league standings, and this will make very good reading for you. There you go, 16 points on the board, 6 clear of Franz in second as a result of that victory. I suppose tomorrow now, you know you're in pole position. You're the one who's now, everyone wants to come down. You're the one that everybody wants to beat.
Yes, it's new for me. Normally, it's not. I have not this position, and I will look how the people play tomorrow against me. But the group is so strong, and when you lose 5 games, it's not bad because the people are really good. But I will try my best.
And just finally, you've played on the Euro Tour this year. How much has that experience helped you in your game?
I think this experience here will help me in the future to play better on stage, because my first attempts on stage was not good. I don't feel well there. But here the atmosphere is really good, and it's a great experience, and I hope it will give me a better feeling on the European Tour the next time.
Well, Lukas, thank you so much for coming up to the gantry. Really do appreciate it. We're going to go into our final game of the session now. It's Davy Proosten against Scott Baker. Let's hand back to our commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. How's your hand? I hope he didn't give you too much of a squeeze. But yeah, there's plenty riding on this one. Not for Davy, really, but for Scott Baker. It's a must-win game, isn't it, Matt?
If he's got hopes of winning this group, absolutely so. There is obviously that buffer of the 2nd and 3rd place. We've spoke about the advantages of that. Going into Group B gives you a much higher percentage chance, but Scott will want the couple of days off. He'll want to go get an ice cream and take in the lovely sights of Portsmouth. Mason will be back with us in a minute once he's finished laughing.
Yeah, it's an interesting place, let's put it that way.
Interesting listening to that interview as well. I made a note during that.
Not about the French touch and the accent. It wasn't. Oh right, I thought you were on about movies or something.
It was the, when he said it's hard to play a friend in the last leg. It's interesting how that divides opinion, because that's something I've never found hard. Like the last time I played in this, I played Aaron Beanie, and I had my 2 best averages of the week, and I was actually sharing a room with him that time.
But that was interesting.
Well, that was my worry, because I didn't want him to win and share a room with a guy who could say he beat me that day.
Especially when his job is locking people up. I mean, I'm surprised you got out in the morning.
39.
But when you're sharing that room, or you're sharing that practice space with somebody, you don't want them to... The banter gets going, 60. Doesn't it? You don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
No, it is hard. I used to room with Jenks for a long time, and we used to play a fair bit of pairs together when Monkey wasn't about. But yeah, there was a couple of occasions where we had to go back and
100.
Yeah, for a moment, it's a little bit awkward, but then it's just like you say, when there's a bit of banter going, then it's quickly forgotten and you just move on.
Sort of feel we need to put some cameras up in the practice room for that week.
Yeah.
Because I think that week you're on, I think there could be a lot of games won and lost in the practice room, not on the stage.
Yeah, well, that was sort of very much how we were bred back in the day. It was, you know, you you'd say something that was
96. Got your record 138.
that was almost like just a chuck away comment. Oh, double 12 to the Deller.
126.
But it had some kind of
Davy
undercurrent. There was some
96.
truth in there somewhere. Eric was the absolute master at it.
Sort of like when someone says to you, no offence, but...
76.
And then says the most
Scott, you
offensive
record
thing
12.
you've ever heard in your life. Because they said no offence first, it makes it okay.
I don't mean this in a negative
Game
way,
shot the
but
first leg.
Scott Baker breaks throw in leg 1. He would like to have done it a bit quicker and very nearly did.
Second leg is Scott to throw
1-3-8.
first. Game on.
These two, of course, met in our opening match of the session yesterday.
85.
And it was Baker who won 4-1 with a 94-44 and in the process missed 10 darts at the doubles. And that shows you how much of a dominant performance that was. Yeah, Eric was just... He would just say things... He would say things that you wouldn't even think that he would know. You know, a result from... You know, the last time you played something and you didn't play very well, he'd make sure he'd throw that in there and get you thinking about that. The best one, of course, ever was the Rod Arrington one where he said, oh, do you actually breathe when you throw?
Puts you in a position where you feel you need to defend yourself, doesn't it? And that's the thing.
Well, especially back then with a big character like Eric.
That's the thing about putting a comment in like that in sometimes. It makes you the judge, the jury, the executioner.
96.
And you're then trying to plead your case against his statement.
And of course, nowadays, everybody's got earphones or headphones on and you know, no one speaks or looks or listens to anybody. If I turned up with them in week 12 and Jenks walks in, he'd absolutely laugh his head off and throw him in the bin. There'd be nothing playing on them anyway, because I don't know how to work them.
60.
Turn up with my my Walkman.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Scott Baker.
Scott Baker in double quick time doubles his lead, and this is all going very similar way.
Third leg, it's Davy to throw
opening
first.
match on Monday morning.
That's a change of technology. The Walkman, you used to always get your hair caught in the earphones.
180.
Yeah, my missus did buy me some earbuds, and she had to take me through a tutorial of how to actually work them. And then she said, "Oh, look, I put Spotify on your phone, and you just have to press this button and that." Very useful in the gym, I have to say.
40.
But yeah, I don't think I could turn up at darts and have them in. Maybe I just don't take it serious enough.
140.
Despite the max, Davy's just 20 points in front plus these. That's a fabulous start. So's that.
140. 81. Davy Rook 141.
Normally seen on the back of a 9.
41.
He's made again, overcomplicating a situation when your opponent's back on 220. I'd have just quite happily taken a ton from there, or if I'd have hit the treble 21st dart, gone for the ball.
Davy Rook 100.
You can tell he's a thinker, can't you? Just the change in pace all the time, the slow set.
I actually meant single 20. I'd have gone for the ball and then back up, then you get that 105 opportunity.
He might have left himself in a lot of bother here. Scott Baker
59.
can find he doesn't. 6
Davy required
darts
10.
there where Scott hasn't done himself much justice. The 7, the shot before on the 59.
Double 5 is dirty. It's high.
6. Scott, you're 154.
This would be dirty. Be naughty.
It'd be filth.
No, naughty darts coming there from Scott, but sets it up lovely.
Davy required 4. Game shot on the third leg. Davy Proosten.
Sigh of relief. Yeah, of course, that phrase was Coined by
Scott to
Judd
throw
Trump,
first.
wasn't it?
Game
Naughty
on.
snooker. You a snooker fan?
No, I like watching like the moments.
140.
And
I'm like that with cricket. I watch the last couple of overs when it's interesting. Apologies, cricket fans.
like the
125.
No, that was Paul, wasn't it? The congratulations, me.
Yeah.
Loved that one.
100.
And there was someone who had a bit of wind in the audience once at the snooker.
Yep. Well, Bill Rubinick was
80.
very similar character to Cliff Lazarenko in that he enjoyed the odd pint. He actually bent over to
100.
play a shot and, well, leave the rest to your imagination.
Reminds me of one of my favourite walk-ons in
58.
darts,
Scott, you're
actually, was, Neil Ruddock.
161.
He did a walk-on at the Grand
Slam.
Slam.
Yeah, 2007.
He's come down, he's giving it
59.
stacks, limbs everywhere, grabbing people's beer off the table and drinking it when he got down there. That'd be me done for the night, the amount he drank on that walk-on.
60. Scott,
Yeah,
you
there were great times. We used to have
102.
that pro celebrity tournament the day before, didn't we? Or the night before. And the players loved it. Barry McGuigan down there.
44.
People from rugby and all sorts. It was a good watch.
He's for a holder float for Scott,
98.
58.
Scott, you require
Put himself a
58.
leg away from the points. Points that he needs. Points
Game's
that he
on the
might be
fourth
getting.
leg. Scott
3-1
Baker.
now, Scott Baker. One leg away. Davy will be throwing first, but
Fifth leg, it's
Scott
Davy to
will
throw
get an
first.
opportunity to wrap this up
Game on.
with the throw. Davy did get his first win of the week in the last game.
44.
4-2 win over Franz. 80.2 over the average in that one. It's dropped off in this one.
93.
Back down to the 72. I'd say back down to 72. This is the lowest we've seen from Davy so far this week.
83.
Is that just a sign of the defeats taking their toll?
85.
Scott Baker won these first 3 games of the day today, then lost the last one to Thibault Tricole. What's that, 4-3?
60.
But if you can get the victory here, if you can get over the line, if you can see this through and get the 2 points, he will be the closest rival to
80.
Lukas Wenig. If Davy can somehow pull this back, you pretty much say
100.
it's over. And Lukas will be taking that top place in Group A, putting him through to Saturday's final.
140.
£5,000, the weekly prize. And a place obviously in Champions Week where £20,000 will be going to the winner.
140. He's got your record 103.
103 for the match. Stays there.
29.
Again, makes a
Jamie
bit of a
Record,
mess of it at the
74.
end of the leg. Squares it up on 74 apiece. Got to come round.
54.
It's the flight
Scott, you
and comes
require
low. This is a
74.
match opportunity. Maybe aggressive route
54.
there. 15 for ball could have been safe.
Davy require
Quite often
20.
with that 25 shot, you slip it into the ball. Davy will be looking to slip this into that
Game shot on
double
the fifth
10
leg.
and does so
Davy
successfully there.
Proosten.
Gets another leg on the board. More importantly now, though, Scott Baker will be throwing for the
Fifth
match.
leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Well, we wanted to get this
Game
wrapped up
on.
as well. There was leg differences. We saw the league table. Lukas Wenig running away with things at the top.
41.
Needs to make sure we can get as many legs as possible just to keep him within touching distance. I'll make that game between Scott Baker and Lukas Wenig
100.
tomorrow very important. Davy's not out of this one just yet.
100.
Scott is making a few boo-boos at the back end of the leg, offering some opportunities.
140.
Davy looks like he's ready to start taking some of the opportunities. He took them in his last game. He nearly took them the game before.
31.
So we have seen signs of improvement. He mismatched darts to beat Thibault Tricole 2 games ago and then got his first victory on the board in the last.
91.
He's improving as this game goes on. The average is slowly rising. He's getting up towards the 80 mark.
100, Davy, 170.
Scott Baker has dropped below the 80 mark. So 2 things are happening here. One player is gradually getting better, the other is gradually getting worse. They've got to meet somewhere in the middle. That meeting could be at 3 legs apiece with Davy to throw first.
Davy, 112.
Mentioned that everything seems to be going for Lukas at the moment, whether it's him on the hockey or somebody else. The results and everything seem to be falling into place. If Davy can
60.
get this wrapped up, that'll be another big tick in the box for Lukas Wenig getting through to Saturday.
100, Davy, required 52.
Choices. Going for 12 and tops.
Game shot on the 6th.
Hit the treble.
Davy Proosten.
Quick recovery there into the double 8. It goes all the way. That you feel was Scott's big opportunity there with the throw. It's now 3 apiece.
7th and final leg. It's Davy to throw first. Game on.
What a match. And for back-to-back victories, which is something you wouldn't have really predicted. He lost his first 8 matches. But he's now throwing
60.
for a double. A double win.
140. 140.
Good darts. Finding their best
60.
when they need it the most. 3 legs all. 6 darts thrown each. 301 points.
43.
Both in the high 70s. There's nothing to separate them. Except what's about to come.
100.
What happens in the next 6 or 9 darts? And Scott's been a bit ropey at this point of legs. And Davy is just returning the favour. A crucial point. 43-25, the last 2 visits for Davy.
60.
I would say Scott hasn't been convincing in this section of a leg. Won't want to take too much time here. We'll want to get this over with. We'll want the 2 points on the board. Wants to keep Group A
got your 141.
an option.
59. Davy, 152.
Stumbling and limping towards the line.
78. Got your require 82.
Good dart of the ball. 2 darts for the match. Only needs the 1.
Scott
Baker gets over the line with the 82 finish. Bull double 16. Wraps up victory for Scott Baker. And that gets him 2 vital points on the board. It's only a +1 on the leg difference, which makes a very interesting day tomorrow. Scott Baker, the closest contender to chase down Lukas Wenig. He does that with a 79.79 average and condemns Davy Proosten to his 9th defeat in his 10 games so far.
Matt, thank you very much indeed. It was a very good Tuesday for Scott Baker. Chris Mason joins me up here on the gantry. We thought at the start of the day the mod could be the mover, and he's most certainly doing that.
Yeah, it wasn't a guess. We've seen that from him before, and we know that the level he can play at. Really important win there, and I think that's what caused a little bit of a wobble towards the end. But Davy put in some good stuff to level that up at 3-3, and it's all to play for now for tomorrow. I think if Scott would have lost that one, I mean, Lukas is still in pole position, of course, to win this Group A, but it's going to make it a little bit more interesting with Scott moving on to 12 points.
It's interesting hearing from Lukas following the end of game 14.
I'm surprised you didn't take A-level German or something and you didn't just translate it on the fly, but there you go.
I can't speak in the Deutsch or whatever they say, but he's got a 6 point lead overnight. Let's have a look at the table then, shall we, before we head off air. As you can see, now a 4-point gap because Scott Baker won that last game of the session. Realistically, what does Lukas have to do to ensure and guarantee his place at finals?
Yeah, I think if he wins 3 out of 5 tomorrow, that should be about enough. When you look that Scott Baker has won 6, so on average 3 a day. If he picks up 3 wins tomorrow, he'll move on to 18. So yeah, 2 or 3 wins for Lukas tomorrow, and the other results go his kind of way. He should safely capture this Group A, but it's massive getting in that 2nd or 3rd position. As you know, you've got a 60% chance of getting through that Group B. Your chances in Group C are far lower, especially when there's a young man in there called Josh Payne who knows how to do the business here at the Super Series. But all to play for 2nd and 3rd. If Scott Baker can come out the traps tomorrow early and win 5 out of 5, things will start to get interesting.
What's the minimum requirement? Is it 5 on 5, or can he afford a 4 on 1 tomorrow?
It's hard to see many people taking points from Lukas. That's the thing. You know, he can control that because he has to play him once tomorrow. Outside of that, it's out of his hands. But it will come with its pressure. But Lukas looks very comfortable. Interesting, the points he touched on about playing in this environment, how much it will help him going forward. And that's what we've been preaching, and that is what this is for. You know, it's a platform for the players to evolve and develop. And when you've got players as smart as Lukas, who understands it, you know, we're going in the right direction.
And I suppose the other key point in that table will be the power play to get that 3rd spot, which will be the last place in Group B. Thibault probably at a disadvantage because of the leg difference. France the other way round because he's got that +4.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 2nd and 3rd place for me is all to play for. You know, that's up for grabs. That's down to the individual players. They just got to take care of their own business and not worry what goes on around them. Yeah, any one of those 4 in Baker, Franz, Gavin and Thibault are all in with a shout for nicking that 2nd and 3rd position. And like I said, if Lukas, which I don't expect him to do, has a bit of a wobble tomorrow, we may well have a shootout for the top position. But the way he's managed himself over the 2 days, I think that's unlikely.
And just finally, what are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the early matches between the Lukas and Scott Baker early on, because that may well set the tone for the rest of the day. There's something to play for everybody. Davy obviously about it, but he could be a spoiler. You know, there's no pressure on him. He did play better today, picked up his 1st win, was a bit unlucky in other matches. So he could be well the one that decides ultimately who wins the group if he becomes a bit of a spoiler.
And of course, that is it for us. Good thing about Tuesdays, we've got the rest of the afternoon off.
I know, and tomorrow.
Indeed,
Great,
indeed.
It's almost like a real job.
Exactly, at some point. I believe you're having a practice, aren't you, at some point?
I am, yeah. I'm getting up on that stage and having a couple of hours this afternoon on there just to try and get used to playing in that environment. No, there'll be no filming, by the way.
Week 12. Could be interesting. Well, that's it for day 2 of week 10 here at the MODUS Super Series. Wenig is the man at the top of the table, but can Baker beat into the post on the final day? Join us at 9:30 tomorrow morning to find out. But from all of us here, thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye for now.